Hello, YouTube peoples. You are now here. You're here. Welcome. Okay, there we go. The game is there. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to load the game. Start from where we had started prior. We're in New Mexico, written by somebody who's never visited New Mexico before. We walk to the front of the RV and take our seats, grabbing the journal from the glove compartment. I flip it open. I glance over the second to last entry. Key phrases like split path, detour, and acres of identical arched stone threw my brain to the deep end, drowning me in dizzying puzzles before I've even fully read it. Marina peeks over, trying to decipher the entries with me. A speck of inadequacy crawls up inside me, and I quickly flip to the next entry before Marina notices I'm stuck. Maybe if we work backwards. I'll deal with that later. For now, we'll just narrow this down. Much has happened since my last entry, so let me waste no time in beginning. Okay. So you wasted time in the beginning to say you're not going to waste time in the beginning. Good for you, fam. As I mentioned previously, I had begun to develop a cough of sorts during my travels. At the time, I thought nothing of it, just a result of being overexposed to the elements. After all, a handsomely rugged and worldly man such as myself should be used to such things, like tuberculosis. But I digress, because I have tuberculosis, and cholera, and Legionnaire's disease. Unfortunately, the more I continued under the blazing sun, the more my condition worsened, until finally my body gave out. The last thing I remember is falling off my steed. The next thing I remember is being eaten by my steed. It's a vampire horse, come to kill us all. Oh god, the hallucinations have started. Sometime later, I awoke next to a fire, with my horse nearby. I, myself, could not move, as I was held down by illness and sweat and ropes. But I was reassured by a man sitting across from me that he had taken my pants and would not give them back. Upon further inspection, I realized he was a native of this land. He was from one of the tribes that we had not yet decimated. I had several encounters with people of his sort during my time on the wagon trail, so naturally I was suspicious, and fearful for the remainder of my gold. However, the man said he had no interest in such things, because where was he going to spend it? Due to the Indian Exclusion Act, which made that he could not enter any white areas to sell his gold. And really, his people couldn't eat it, because, that whole Trail of Tears thing. A dry, quiet fellow, the man told me his name was Lamasi, and I was in a canyon his people occupied, although they had been driven to a different segment of it some years back. His English was quite fluent, because he had to learn what the people who was saying when they shot at him. And when I inquired, he said he had learned from settlers as a boy. Over the next several days, Lamasi would nurse me back to health. We would never stay too far, as he preferred looking after his estranged tribe from a distance, but I was able to explore portions of his home. Eventually, I stumbled upon a long-ruined home built into the cave into the side of the mountain. According to Lamasi, there were many more like it, though they originally belonged to enemies of his ancestors. It was then that I realized where I would leave the next portion of my bounty. We talking about the Cliff Cities? The Cliff Cities, as I understand it, they were known primarily, like their name comes, I want to say it's the Anasazi, but I could be desperately wrong, and if I am, I'm sorry. I'm desperately sorry. I don't mean to be offensive, but like the name for the people basically comes from those are our enemies. Like they're basically the only name we have for them is for the people they ruled over and decimated, who essentially just called them bad guys. So I don't think we know the name that they use for themselves. On my last day with him, I informed Lamasi of my plans, where he casually promised to guard it for me until I returned. Before I left, he pointed me in the direction of a sacred landmark, one so giant huge it could simultaneously be a conspicuous and inconspicuous hiding space. With that knowledge, I bid farewell to my new friend, and trusted the gold in his care. Perhaps I will reward him with some of it on the return trip. He's taking all of it. That's what I would do. Stupid white man nearly dies and is like, I'm gonna keep going. It's like, okay. Can you watch my gold for me? Okay. Bye, stupid white man.
You're my Lemessy, Amber.
You're not allowed to be cute. You're not allowed to be cute. Suddenly, my chest feels like a hummingbird is fluttering around it. I shift my eyes away from her smile and hide my face.
Thanks.
When you strip away the circumstances, I guess I did save and protect her, like that Lemessy guy did with the miner.
A gorge is like a canyon, right?
Yes, a little bit. Marina leans in closer and points to the entry. Strands of her soft hair tickling my cheek. I scoot back and power through it, taking a sharp breath to recollect myself, but end up just smelling her hair, and god damn, this woman hasn't showered in days! We do not have a shower! This is concerning. She also has only worn the same 2 outfits over like 4 days. This is distressing, this is upsetting. One of us needs new pants. Probably her.
Basically, yeah.
Marina nearly springs out of her seat in a burst of realization, her head an inch away from smacking into the ceiling.
Oh my god.
What? You gonna do something useful?
Does that mean we get to go to the Grand Canyon? Do we get to go to the Grand Canyon, Amber?
No. That's in Colorado.
Not unless history decides to rewrite itself. There are lots of canyons with ruins. One of them is the Grand Canyon, but most of them have been cleaned out for hundreds of years.
The Grand Canyon had no ruins. I choked down a groan. Indian ruins aren't exactly rarities around here. Maybe the other entry wasn't so bad after all.
So we're looking for a place that was still being used in the 1850s.
Marina hunkers down and thinks of me, wrinkles forming on her forehead as she tries to strain out an answer. I'm pretty sure she doesn't even know where to start, but at least she's trying.
Well, there is one place.
Oh? Marina hardly gets a breath out before I crush her dreams once again.
Not the Grand Canyon.
Because, this is a New Mexico game. Not a Colorado game. She slinks back into her chair and quietly pouts.
It's still in Arizona, but it's a different place.
Oh, no, Arizona. Why did I think
Canyon
Colorado?
de Chelly.
God, I feel dumb now. It's Arizona, not Colorado. Why was I thinking Colorado? Probably because I just really want to go back to that zoo where they let you feed crackers to the giraffes.
The Navajo weren't chased out until 1863, so the timing isn't too screwy.
Chased out is a very, very nice term for basically bombed into submission by field artillery.
Place is loaded with ruins, too.
Oh, are they Puebloan ruins?
Kinda? My flow of information stops. She knows what I'm talking about. She can actually pronounce it.
Yeah. I'm surprised you know that.
You really shouldn't be. The Puebloans were one of the most prodigious native groups within New Mexico, where she's lived throughout most of her life. In fact, several Puebloan groups, if I'm not mistaken, live near Carlsbad.
Yep, I've been reading some of those travel guides lying around. Super interesting.
Also, they and the Navajo are the most prodigious groups in the area you've lived your entire life. That you've lived your entire goddamn life. Also, if you've lived here for your entire goddamn life, why do you look like you're queen of the whitey whites? Those things must be as old as I am by now. I didn't have the heart to throw them away when I was cleaning everything out.
Hey, that's how I did it. It's the best way to learn.
Travel guides really just kind of tell you what tourists are meant to know.
Anyway, Canyon de Chelly is pretty damn close to here.
She gasps.
So, it might have lined up with the route he took.
Maybe.
Well, I can't be 100% positive, but...
I close my eyes and snap the book shut, the air between the pages puffing out at us. Then with one eye open, shoot Marina Green.
I'm pretty sure.
We need to get you a new shirt and new clothes. We have a bunch of gold now, so we should be able to do that. Arizona's highway are infamously boring. They are. They're also, Arizona is a hell state, and if you step outside of your car in Arizona, you will die. Nothing but hills up and down. Down, up, down. There's nothing interesting to look at. Both sides of the road are smothered in nondescript shrubs. It's a part of the country where you just zone out and drive on autopilot. When we finally see a sign for the town of Chenle, right next to the canyon, it feels like we're approaching the promised land. Marina looks up from the book she's reading, just in time to miss the sign.
Was that it? Are we there yet?
Almost.
Nah, 40 miles to go still, so about half an hour.
Are you going 80? You're going 80! She makes a sound like a popped balloon and goes back to reading. We take an exit in a tiny excuse for a town, one of those places that has a gas station and a few old houses, and maybe a murderer or two. You know, somebody who just collects human skin, but like a hobby. And there aren't a lot of people that stop by, so they kind of have to make do with pig skin. It's like a monopoly where you buy up all the property you can, even though it's not that great.
This is it?
Yeah, what were you expecting? The fucking Ritz-Carlton? Marina repeats her earlier question as I slow down to turn left.
Almost. I don't even know what this place is called.
Sadnessville. She makes a pop balloon noise again, but leaves the book closed. When we finally reach Chenle, it's pretty obvious this is the first real town we've seen in hours. The outskirts are an industrial, dominated by what I assume are factories. A pair of stray dogs lope along the side of the road, hungry and lean. Marina makes a sound of sympathy, pressing her face against the glass as we pass them. We're not adopting them! We are not adopting them!
Hey, Amber.
No, we're not adopting them. I already have one fucking kitten girl.
We're not getting a dog.
But they're so cute! And we could dress them up in a bandana and...
No! No! We're not gonna be that couple. We're not gonna be that couple, okay? The world is covered by too many lesbian couples in RVs with a cute dog and a bandana. We will not be one of them. Also,
No way. I've never gotten why people want to dress their pets up like people.
I agree with that.
It's cute.
No, it's not. It's upsetting because dogs are not people. Marina pouts. I figured she was just joking, but she didn't actually think I would let her get a dog, right? It seems that all is forgiven by the time I pull into a gas station. She's bouncing her seat with her usual enthusiasm. Or perhaps it's a blutter. My second guess must have been correct, because as soon as I shut off the engine, she darts out of the RV and into the store, probably to get more of that freeze icy thing she likes. While she does that, I fuel up. No telling when we'll see the next gas station. Could be 100 miles, and this thing drinks gasoline like a thirsty dog drinks water, or Marina drinks ices. By the time I finish, Marina still isn't back, so I lock up and head inside. Oh god, she might have gotten distracted by a mirror, or bell, or somebody's jangling keys! The store is devoid of other customers. It's unremarkable, with the usual selection of candy, chips, overpriced beef jerky, and... Good God, is that a shrunken head? This is concerning. I'm not hungry, just passing time. I mean, those two cases right there tell me that they either have donuts or fry bread. If it's fry bread, take the opportunity to eat it. Always take opportunity to eat Navajo fry bread, because it is amazing. I don't care if you're on a diet, I don't care if you're gluten intolerant, it's worth it. Yeah, I know, gluten-intolerant people, you'll legit die if you have gluten. But you know what? You will die happy eating Navajo fry bread. Soon Marina trots out of the bathroom. Glancing around, she spots me and heads over.
Want anything?
Duh, let's see.
You are a bottomless black hole that devours all that you see. I actually worry you might be, if this was Last Man, I would believe that you had taken over Chosum, the Devourer. That's a French comic reference. I'm smart and clever, and you should like me. Oh, sorry, that was lame. That was a lame joke. I leave her to agonize over the candy bars while I flip through some of the travel brochures. Beneath the window, there are a couple about Canyon de Shell, and which is our destination, just up the road. We've only mentioned it like 18 times. There are flyers for other Arizona attractions, too, including the non-local ones. Of course, there are a few brochures for the Grand Canyon, plus a couple of must-see sites in Phoenix, the capital. Don't go to Phoenix, because if you step out of your car in Phoenix, you will legit die. All of the water in your body will vaporize, and you will die horribly. You will become a salt mummy, doomed to wander the earth, hunting for the flesh of those who did not stop in the hell state of Arizona. There's even an ad for the novelty called The Thing in Tucson, but it's too far out of our way.
Okay, I'm ready.
What did you find? What hell food did you find? I turn around. Marina has a couple king-size candy bars in her hands, and a large bottle of Coke tucked under her arm. Never buy snacks at a gas station. Always buy snacks at a grocery store, because it's going to be remarkably cheaper, they're going to have a better selection, and it's all going, it's going to be something interesting.
You seriously need all that?
Remember, I am the one fronting all of the cash. You got your car stripped, and they never gave back your wallet, which kind of bothers me. We should get you an old phone, too.
I thought we could share.
Okay, that's actually kind of cute. She gives me her best offended puppy impression, which is pretty good because she is essentially a puppy in human form.
Fine.
Then why did you get one bottle of Coke? Why are we sharing one bottle of Coke? Probably because a bottle of Coke in a gas station is like $5. I still don't want anything, but I can't say no to that.
Here. I'm gonna use the bathroom too. Meet you at the car.
I place my wallet atop the pallet of candy she's carrying, and send her towards the attendant. Do not trust this one with your wallet. When I come back from the bathroom, Marina is still talking to the clerk. There's a bag in her hands. She must have already finished paying and gotten distracted talking. I join the two of them.
Stuff, so only the guided tours are open right now.
The guided tours? Oh god. Marina looks like she's seen a ghost.
What's up?
I take my wallet from where it's just sitting, forgotten on the counter. Do not trust this one with your wallet.
I was just asking about the canyon and the tours and stuff.
Yes, what did you learn? The clerk nods.
I was saying how if you're here to sightsee, you might have some trouble. A lot of it's closed off because of all the kids coming and causing trouble looking for treasure.
Oh, there are other people. Damn, I'm not surprised, but that's frustrating.
What isn't closed off?
Well, there are still some tours you can go on. Most of them, I think. But you can't do the self-guided ones.
Curses. That actually makes sense, because there's going to be a lot of assholes who are just like, oh, native ruins? Let me just mess with those. When already we've done enough damage to the native culture of the area. Pretty much the native culture of this entire goddamn continent, where we trampled on it and treated like our own. We've really treated this place like our home. It was actually really convenient that the first settlers arrived right after there had been a massive plague of the eastern natives, which had wiped out a strong population of them, which allowed the early settlers to settle in native villages and basically kind of take over. And then we raided the fuck out of native burial sites for treasure, tools, seeds, shit like that. Marina looks at me, eyes wide. Clearly, she's expecting some solution from me. I just smile at the attendant.
Got it. Thank you.
And lead a dumbstruck Marina out of the store. As I unlock the RV, Marina prances around me.
What are we gonna do?
Why must I always be the one to come up with plans? Oh wait, no, I kind of already know that, because if I left you to come up with plans, you would just have us, I don't know, give the money to local orphans.
Well, I'm gonna take a nap.
Yes, naps are always good. Naps are also very dangerous, because I will lay down for a nap and be like, I will wake up in 20 minutes. Then I wake up the next day. She stops.
Huh?
You've invaded my home. I'm allowed naps.
I'm tired, so I'm going to nap for a little bit. I checked one of the pamphlets and there's a tour at 6:30, so we'll just join that and then sneak off.
Like, on our own?
No, we're going to take everyone with us on the search for gold, for hidden gold. You know, just absolutely take them with us, and maybe have a couple cheerleaders join us, because they won't want a piece of the crate of gold we're looking for. And I'm sure that the native representatives are going to be fine with us just digging shit up. They're going to be absolutely just tickled pink about letting two random white girls just poke around the home of their ancestors that they got chased off of by people who looked like us, and used the imagined fragility of white women to justify basically killing anybody who wasn't lily white. That whole thing.
Yeah.
Her eyes go wide again.
Amber, you're a genius!
I twist a lock of my hair around my finger and glance away. Her constant compliments are a little embarrassing, especially for stuff that seems obvious to me.
It's not much of a plan, though.
Yeah, but at least it's a plan. I thought we were just gonna have to give up or something.
Nah. Rules are made to be broken and all that.
Damn right. Be gay, do crimes. I feel a bit guilty that we'll be breaking rules, specifically put in place because of people like us. But I can safely say that we'll be more careful than the average treasure hunter. Just picturing Mariah, I can easily see her smashing down ancient ruins in her search.
But yeah, wake me up at 5:30.
Or when September ends.
Nope, I'm not tired anymore, so I'll just read some more.
She's gonna fall asleep and not wake us up, and then it's going to be, we're gonna wake up super late.
Alright. Good night.
Night-night.
I leave her up in the front as I head back to my bed and fall into it. After bunching up my blanket around me, it doesn't take long to fall asleep. Highway blossoms. Grabbing coffee. I wake up slowly, fighting to keep my eyes open. In the back of my head, I feel like something is wrong. It takes a minute before I realize I've overslept. It's 5:45. Marina was supposed to wake me 15 minutes ago. She's gonna be cuddled into my side, isn't she? I call her name, but get no response. Rolling out of bed, I massage my eyes and stumble up towards the front. Of course she's asleep, sprawled out on the dash, with her head buried in her arms. It looks like she's been out for a while. Jerking her by the shoulder, I shake her awake.
What's up, Amber?
Her speech is slurred by sleepiness, and also the bottle of whiskey underneath the seat. I ignore the temptation to make the "not you" joke.
How's that book you're reading?
It's full of words, long words that have confused me.
It's great. I just put it down to...
A look of shock spreads across her face. Mounting horror takes over as she realizes the time.
Oh god, I'm so sorry. I was just gonna nap, but then I forgot to set an alarm. To wake me up.
How would you have set an alarm when your phone was stolen by a group of hoodlums?
Yeah, that's what alarms are for.
Freaking out, she hurriedly tries to buckle her seatbelt, failing several times in the frenzy. I pat her on the shoulder as I sit down. It's not even a big deal, but she's so worked up.
It's cool. We're not late yet. Ready to go?
I built in a healthy Marina's gonna fuck up time window to our day. Marina just nods, staring at the floor. I buckle up and turn the key. The engine roars to life, and I throw it in reverse. I have to crane my neck to make sure I don't run over anyone. Road signs direct us out of town and towards the canyon. After spending so long on the highway, going down these streets with lower speed limits feels restrictive. That's why I speed up, and I didn't see that small boy. But, you know what, that's a problem for the family, and not me, because I won't be here for much longer. From the corner of my eye, I watch Marina. She's being abnormally quiet. She fixes her hair, pops her knuckles, and rubs her shoulders, but she doesn't say anything. Finally, I cave.
What's wrong with you?
Besides, I'm guessing some pretty severe ADHD. Maybe some severe learning disabilities, too.
What do you mean?
Her tone of voice is stressed. Maybe I'm more intimidating than I think.
You're being weird. Super quiet.
Oh, I didn't know if you were mad at me or not.
I'm always mad at you a little bit because you're you.
What, for falling asleep?
She nods.
Nah, I'm not mad. Trust me, you'd know for sure if I was.
I'd be hitting you.
I told you it wasn't a big deal, didn't I?
You promise?
No, not at all. I reserve the right to be absolutely furious.
Yeah, I promise.
Marina bounces in her seat, immediately cheerier.
Okay, cool. 'Cause, like, if you were mad at me already, that would be a bad sign.
You're saying you're gonna fuck up more.
Sign of what?
That we wouldn't be good partners. You know, treasure hunting buddies?
Yes, that's the only kind of partner you're concerned about.
Oh, we're partners now, are we? You're the sidekick, right?
A little bit.
No way. I'm totally the main character. We're here because of me.
No, you're my call to adventure. I laugh, causing her to turn away smiling. She's a lot cuter when she smiles. Huh. That's the language you're using? I've been smiling more too, I realize, as I think that. It starts to make me sad again. Do I really deserve to be smiling right now? Aw, I know you miss Grandpa.
Hey, Amber?
Yes?
Huh.
Don't pry into my dark backstory of missing Grandpapa! Like she read my mind, Marina snaps me out of it.
Can we listen to Super Crush again?
Yes.
You seriously like that one?
Super Crush was one of those groups that Gramps loved to show off to other people, because they were so weird. All of the members played a different instrument on each album, so it was like a whole other band every time.
Yeah, it was different, but in a good way.
How many drugs are you on?
That's definitely true.
With one hand on the steering wheel, I dig in the bin of the tapes, by my feet. I flick my gaze between that and the road. Eventually, I find the one I'm looking for. It has a Halloween orange case with text that looks like slime. When it starts to play, Marina hums along. She's almost on key. Guess she liked it enough to remember how the songs go. I crank the volume up, earning a grin from Marina. The sound is tinny and distorted at this level. More distorted than usual, I mean. But it's also more fun. Our smiles last all the way until we roll into a nearly empty parking lot. As I turn the volume back down, I can tell she's thinking the same thing
Amber?
I am. Yeah, how are we gonna sneak away when we're the only people there?
Yeah.
Shouldn't there be, like, other people waiting here?
Probably not.
There probably should. What time is it?
Marina twists around to check.
6:20?
Damn.
What the hell? Did they start early?
Probably not. There are other cars around, but they're all unoccupied. My parking job is hasty, and I take up 2 spaces, because I'm in an RV, but don't bother to correct it. We hurry out of the RV. I almost forgot the key in the ignition and have to double back to grab it. Marina's already at the information desk, probably talking to a ranger. We will call him Ranger Rick. But then she turns back to me, the despair on her face visible even though it's getting
There's
dark.
no one here!
Then, if there's no one here, you can just go into the ruins and explore. Nobody's gonna stop you. You can just say, oh, we didn't realize. We thought that the tour had been canceled, so we thought we'd come all this way. We're just gonna kind of poke around. We didn't mean any harm. We're sorry. We're paying the ruins with as much respect as possible. There aren't any lights on inside either. Probably closed at 6. I vaguely recall reading that in a brochure, but I thought there would still be someone around for the tours.
Don't panic!
I jog back to the RV and unlock it again. Rummaging through the glove box, I pull out the little blue flashlight that Gramps gave me a few years ago. I click it on and off a couple of times to make sure that it works. After I lock everything back up again, I join Marina by the unhelpful help desk. She's bouncing on her heels, hands clasped together.
Hey, it's alright. Worst comes to worst, we'll just do it tomorrow.
But what if someone else finds the treasure tonight?
I don't have an answer for that.
Guess we'll just have to catch up then, huh?
Turning on the flashlight, I swing the beam around. While there's still some daylight left, it isn't much. Maybe half an hour at the most.
Catch up to what?
The tour group's silly. Even if we're late, they can't have left that long ago. And they'll be stopping a bunch, so we should be able to find them easily.
By ourselves?
Yes. Her voice is almost a squawk. like a surprised parrot.
Well, yeah. I don't see anyone else around. Do you?
Cue the terrible people. I swivel around, illuminating nothing but rocks
Come
and bushes.
on, it'll be fine. It's not like there are going to be bears or mountain lions this close to a parking lot.
And honestly, bears are probably better company.
Those kinds of things live here?
Yeah, bears live basically everywhere. If she didn't know that, then what is she afraid of?
Probably. I don't know. But come on, we're wasting time.
Marina whimpers. Then, surprising me, she grabs my hand. Hers is sweaty and warm. I turn and look at her, and meet her wide eyes. It looks like she might cry, and makes me regret being so pushy.
We don't have to do it if you don't want to.
We can snuggle in the garvey. She shakes her head, but clings to me like a kid, her free hand buried in my clothes. If it were any brighter out, she'd see my face turn red.
No, like I said, if we don't go now,
Yeah, they're
someone
really
else will beat
leaning
us
into
to
it, aren't they?
Just stay close, okay?
Yeah, of course.
She lets me lead, but doesn't let go of my hand. A large wooden sign marks the start of the trail.
So, are you scared of the dark?
Just a little. No
But
answer.
you were fine at Shiprock.
That was different.
Marina's arm jerks, but she doesn't let
That
go.
was in a town
This is also in a town.
with people
This also has people.
and roads
This also has roads.
and no mountain lions.
Everywhere has mountain lions. The temptation to tease her is strong, but I don't. Every time a bird caws or something makes the brush shake, I feel her flinch a little. Somehow, even the sight of her is cute too. A little childish, sure, but it's nice to have her rely on me to keep her safe. That's a little creepy. That's kind of a creepy instinct. Be like, yes, I find this childish person adorable and mildly attractive. That's creepy. That's what creepy people do. If you're like, yes, I like how my partner is mildly childish, that's not healthy. Take her mind off things. I make small talk.
So, what are you gonna do once you're filthy rich from the treasure?
I'm going to buy all the LED lights and surround myself with them.
Sorry, what?
I asked what you'll do with your share of the treasure.
Oh, I'm not sure yet. I haven't thought about it.
Then why are you looking for treasure?
We're out here looking, and you don't even have a plan for it?
I will invest it in beautiful Filipino boys.
It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. What about you, huh?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Ha! See, I'm not.
Probably pay off the debts from my grandfather's death.
Yeah, but I wasn't planning on looking for it, you know? I haven't spent as much time thinking about it.
I glance behind me to see Marina stick out her tongue. I laugh.
But, let's see. I definitely need to pay off Gramps' hospital and funeral expenses. After that, I guess I should probably get the motorhome fixed up. It's not gonna break down on us or anything, but it's kind of old.
Why not just buy a new one?
Because this was grandfather's.
Hell no!
My response comes out snappier than I intended.
It's just that it has sentimental value, you know? I'd rather keep that than buy a newer, better car. I
Yes.
grew up in that thing. I could never just replace it. After that, I'd probably just keep doing what I was doing before I met you.
Wandering from town to town, finding young girls, and taking them on adventures.
And what's that?
Wandering.
This foolish drifter's journey I've been on.
Don't you want to stop wandering sometime?
Maybe in Carlsbad? My steps slow a bit. It's an innocent question, but it hits me hard.
Not yet, no.
I whisper it. Marina catches up next to me, dropping my hand as she does so.
At least I'm not the only one without a goal.
I poke her in the side and she squirms away a couple feet.
Ow!
Haha, take that!
Torque.
It's hard to stay sad around her. As we turn round a curve in the road, the tour group comes into view. Just ahead is a cluster of people, most of them armed with flashlights. It's hard for know for sure, but I can see that at least a dozen different figures. The tour guide is shining his light up a rock face, illuminating some designs on it. Everyone has their backs to us.
Try to be as sneaky as possible. We want to join up without them noticing. like we've been there the whole time. If anyone notices us show up, they might notice when we leave.
Why do we have to join up in the first place?
That's actually a really good question.
I don't know how to get to the ruins we're looking for. We'll stay with the group until the tour gets there, and then we'll sneak off.
Says everyone in that group. Marina
Okay,
nods.
follow my lead. And remember, be as quiet as...
Creep forward slowly. If someone were to turn around and see us, we'd look pretty suspicious, but nobody does. The lecture on petroglyphs gets their full attention. Marina kicks a rock and I tense up, expecting to break the spell. But we're close enough now that if it did, it might not matter. We reach the back of the tour group without anyone noticing. I give Marina a thumbs up, which she returns.
You can see the Anasazi ruins. Some of the Navajo people still call the area home. There's a living community in the canyon who...
I'm not too interested in hearing about the history of the place. So I turn back to Marina. She's looking up at the pictures too, though her eyes appear glazed over. When she catches me staring, she blinks and then smiles. I smile back though. I must look like an idiot just watching her instead of the lecture. After a minute, the guide's speech concludes and we start to walk down the trail. Much to my dismay, before I can say anything to Marina, the one in front of us turns
Isn't
around.
that just crazy?
Yes!
Huh?
It takes a second for me to understand that she's talking to me. She fits just about every stereotype of redneck, from the huge hat on her head to the baby strapped to her chest. Also, actually, originally redneck stood for union workers who would wear a red bandana to show their allegiance to the union. Because basically it was a group of miners who were striking for better wages. And basically, the mine owned all the housing and didn't actually pay the miners in actual money. They'd pay them in script, which could only be used at the mine store. So you'd constantly be indebted to the mine, and you'd be constantly selling your soul to the, or selling for credit to the company store. And so you'd never get out from under them. You couldn't leave. You couldn't advance. You were basically an indentured servant. So, you know. She'd probably be attractive, if not for the layers of sunscreen coating her face, even though it's nearly nighttime. They'd make her look like a ghost!
I said, isn't that just crazy? What he was saying about those Indians, and how they used to communicate with each other.
Yep.
Oh.
Sure.
Yeah.
You mean natives. Even if I wanted to talk to her, I still have no idea what the guide had said.
They were just so darn clever. Really makes you wonder how they all ended up dying out, huh?
Mostly it was field guns. Mostly it was high-powered field guns that could, like, just bombard them from very far away. Because gunpowder wasn't really a thing due to, before it was brought over, because of a lack of shallow earth metals, as well as a kind of lack of need for it.
I'm pretty sure a lot of them are still alive. And, like, some of them live here? In this canyon?
Yeah, when you're talking about native tribes, using the current tense, using the present tense is appropriate. I actually drive through a native reservation on my way to work each day. I had heard that much, but apparently not everyone did. For a second, the woman looks at me like I'm crazy, but then she bursts out laughing.
Sorry, you're absolutely right. I was thinking of them Aztecs down in Mexico.
Why were you thinking of the Aztecs? That's an entirely different culture than the Puebloans. Her laugh is more like a bray. She sounds like a farm animal in my head. I keep hoping she'll turn back around and leave us alone. But we're not so lucky. She keeps on chatting us up as we follow the trail. I'm self-conscious about how noisy she's being, compared to the low-level noise of the others.
Say, is that where the name Texas comes from? From Aztec?
I don't actually know. Possibly, but doubtful. Before I can answer, she started shouting at someone else.
Howard! Hey, Howard, come over here!
By now, everyone was looking at
Ma'am,
us.
can you please keep your voice down?
Oops, sorry.
She apologizes loudly. So much for staying inconspicuous. Howard makes his way over. He looks rather defeated, face drooping, shoulders sagging. I figure he's the woman's husband.
Dear.
I was just talking to this girl here about history, and I was wondering, Does the name Texas have anything to do with the Aztecs? Since the words sound kind of similar?
I don't think so.
Go figure.
Howard looks like he wishes to die. She cackles again. Besides her, Howard sighs. For his sake, I hope her family's loaded or something. Every time she laughs, the baby on her chest bounces. But the lucky kid sleeps right through it all. Maybe he's used to this.
Anyway, I must have left my manners back in Wisconsin. My name's Linda, and this is my husband, Howard.
If they're from Wisconsin, they're not hillbillies. That's not where hillbillies come from.
This little chimp right here.
She thrusts herself, and thus the baby towards me.
Is Dino. Ain't that just the cutest name?
No. I just grunt in response. I'm trying to see around her, up to where the guide is alternating between shooting Linda death glares and trying to narrate the walk. If he said anything useful about the canyon in this past couple minutes, I've missed it entirely. Glancing over at Marina, who has pulled away a couple feet, it looks like she's enjoying my torture and struggling in silence. Tears have formed at the corners of her eyes, glittering in the dying light. They're the good kind of tears, the kind from laughing too much. Her hand is smooshed over her mouth, and she's shaking with the effort of staying silent. There's no way I can let her get away with that, especially since I need to get closer to the front for now. I grab her arm and tug her over until Linda's line of sight.
Jane.
The enthusiasm in my voice is
And
so
this is
forced.
my friend Lacey.
Lacey! I use fake names just to be safe. Marina limply shakes Linda's hands, which has grabbed hers. The must has vanished from Marina's face. Goo.
Nice to meet you.
Linda pumps her arm like a guillotine, grinning broadly, and yet still managing to
It's
walk.
so good to see young people taking an interest in nature and history and all that. Are y'all from around here? We're originally from Tennessee, see, but moved to Wisconsin and...
Having been properly introduced, I leave Marina to suffer through the family history. I shift away and walk ahead, passing by most of the tour group so I can better hear the guide. For a while, he talks about the wildfire and wildlife and history of the park. There's many wildfires. After a couple minutes, though, the lessons become more relevant.
We'll be coming up on the Mummy Cave ruins here in just a little bit. That's one of the better-known sites in the canyon. 700 years ago, it was a bustling Pueblonian village.
We'll be coming round the canyon as we come.
We can't get too close to the ruins, so unfortunately it might be a little too late to really see them clearly tonight. While the Mummy Cave itself hasn't ever been open to the public.
That's all I need to know. So I slip back towards Marina. It looks like I pressed the spacebar too soon. Linda notices me approaching.
Oh, Jane, there you are. I was just telling Lacey about one of the cows I helped birth when I was younger.
Yes, I had my hands all up in there. All up in that cow's business. I'm not sure how the conversation went from introductions to cow birth in such a short span of time, but I'm not curious enough to ask. And then that cow returned the favor. Her hooves were all up in there. When I rejoin Marina, she mouths two words.
Save me.
Never! I don't know how to get out of this one. Annoyance aside, it'd be impossible to slip away with Linda's attention on us. But it seems we're in luck as we go round another bend in the road. Something more interesting than Marina and me comes into view.
Oh, Howard, look! This is it. This is one of those mummy ruins I was telling you about.
Very different from the daddy ruins. Linda elbows me forward, moving ahead of us.
You girls make sure you get a good spot. You're gonna want to see this, even if it's dark out.
Yes, because the undead shall come and hug us. She forges ahead, her husband trailing dutifully as he passes. I think I heard him say sorry, though I'm not certain. Once they're out of earshot, Marina makes a sound like a train letting out steam.
Oh my god. I thought I was gonna explode. My ears or my head or my brain or something.
Probably both.
Saw you laughing and figured it wasn't fair if I was the only one who suffered.
Fair enough.
I'd take it all back if I could. Seriously, though, first she was talking about herself, then about her kid, then about her childhood, and then she started talking about growing up on a farm. Somehow she ended up going on about cows having babies and how messy it all is. I don't even know.
What, you're not interested in that stuff?
Yes.
Ew, no! Gross, gross, gross!
Cuddle the cow! Cuddle the calf. Get your hands all up in there. She wrinkles up her face as she says it. I giggle, but then turn serious really fast.
Okay, but listen. Because it's dark, the group probably isn't gonna stop to look at the Mummy Cave ruins for very long. So we'll have to wait until we can sneak away again, and then go over there.
How far away are they?
Like maybe 50 feet?
No idea. I can't see from here. Just follow my lead again.
Got it.
We've been at the very back of the group the entire time. The people right in front of us are much less interested in us than Linda was, so I don't think anyone will notice if we go missing. When we reach a railing, the guide stops to point out the ruins. They're across a small valley, a couple 100 yards away in the darkness. It's almost impossible to see them. Just a dark smudge against the even darker backdrop of a mountain. Marina and I are a few yards away from the group too. I pretend to inspect something on a rock, though there's nothing there. As the short speech ends and the guide starts to lead everyone on again, I duck behind a rock and crouch down. Marina quickly follows. I can see her start to say something, but I cut my hand over her mouth before she can get a word out. Silently, I shake my head. Marina nods twice, so I uncover her face. In my head, I count to 60. 1 minute has passed. I peel myself away from the rock and stand back up.
You should be safe now.
Marina's face lights up, and she claps her hands. I notice she's taken out a journal page with the hiding spot again.
That was so cool! It was like something out of a video game where you just sneak away right in front of everyone.
Yes, I rolled a successful sneak roll.
I guess so. But we still can't be noisy. They're not gonna be that far away. No flashlights either.
This close up, I can see her face fall at that.
Don't worry. I'll be right beside you.
Are we just gonna hop the fence and walk over there?
Yes.
Unless you have any better ideas.
What if they catch us?
Basically, they charge us with trespassing on native land. We get charged with a felony and banned from national parks moving forward.
Then they'll throw us out.
We're not gonna get arrested for trespassing or anything, are we?
Oh, most assuredly.
Nah, that'd be too much trouble for them.
Oh, not at all. They're probably pissed off at a bunch of white kids running about and causing trouble, causing mischief, so they make an example. I say that, although I don't actually know.
Okay.
The uncertainty in her voice is obvious. I grab the paper from her hands and stuff it into my
Let's
pockets.
go. The longer we wait, the more likely it is that they'll notice us missing.
I stroll over to the metal rail, hoping that I sound more confident than I am. Honestly, it's pretty risky, and more than a little stupid. It's also exciting. I duck down and underneath the rail. After a moment, Marina does the same. We're officially out of bounds. Across the small field, I can still just barely make out the shape of the ruins. They sit close to the mouth of a large cave that runs up the mountain like a scar.
Okay, come on.
There's an incline, but it's not too bad. Next to me, Marina spreads her arms out for balance, but I'm confident enough to not need to. Crossing over to the ruins themselves will be the riskiest part. There's no cover, and anyone who happens to look over will see us. We just have to hope that the tour group has moved somewhere without a line of sight on us.
Okay, hurry.
Run, 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 run! I grab Marina's hand and start to run. She struggles to keep up, so we slow down a little bit. It takes maybe 2 minutes from one end to the other. When we reach the far wall, Marina's breathing is strained.
Don't do much running, do you?
Not it. Oh.
Every word is punctuated with a pant. I'm winded too, but fight my lungs not to show it. I have to look strong for Marina.
Ready for the fun part?
Is it actually fun?
Not at all.
Not yet. We've still got to get up there.
I point to the lip of the cave, a good 50 feet or so above us still. Marina's face goes pale as she stares at the sheer rock wall in front of us.
We're not gonna have to climb that, are we?
Yes, we are.
How else?
I wait a second for the shock to hit her face before I laugh and shake my head.
Just kidding. Come over here.
A short distance away is a slope, somewhat steep, but not too long. It leads up into a part of the cave close to the ruins.
We actually do have to go up this one.
Her face still looks doubtful.
I don't know if I can get up that.
Sure you can. It's easy. Look.
I hike up a couple steps. Dirt and a bit of gravel tumble down past my feet, but it's mostly stable.
It's almost all dirt. If it was loose rock, we'd be in trouble.
Fair enough. Still looking uncertain, Marina takes a careful step behind me, then another. She slides back down a little, but with each
Try
step...
to spread out your weight a little more evenly. You don't want to lose your balance and fall over.
Yes. Don't want to fail. By doing so, by doing what I say, she's able to reach where
Good
I'm
job.
standing.
Now just do that like 50 more times.
Marina groans, but I've already started. I glance back behind me. She's trailing only a couple of steps back. For all her worrying, she's doing okay. I'm just about to compliment her when I feel the earth shift beneath me and my foot slides loose. With a yelp, I lose my balance, arms flailing as I try not to fall. Then, faster than I can process, Marina's arm shoots out and grabs my sleeve. She tucks me back
Are
upright.
you okay? Oh my god, is your ankle alright? It's not broken, is it?
Panic is clearly painted across her face.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
The only thing injured is my pride.
Are you sure?
Yeah, thanks. Good save.
We climb up the rest of the way together, but slowly. Dun dun dun. We're only trespassing.
That wasn't so bad, was it?
Only slightly.
Besides the part where you almost died, maybe.
I didn't almost die. Besides, that's what I have my sidekick for.
Yes, sidekick. She gives me a playful shove.
Hey, I told you, I'm not the sidekick here.
You most definitely are.
Uh-huh.
You're the pet.
You'll still have to earn the title of captain. Or commander. Whatever it is. And you can do that by finding this thing before I do.
Now that we're actually up in the ruins themselves, it's more clear just how tough this is going to be. The cave stretches a long way, like a deep scar in the mountain. Delicate clay buildings, some barely as tall as we are arranged throughout. They say this was a village, but it's hard to imagine anyone living here. Everything is so cramped and small.
Where do you think we should start?
Hard to say. It won't be anywhere obvious. Remember, people have been studying this place for decades.
What if someone already found it? Like a long time ago.
They would have written a paper about it. I shrug that that's probably impossible to see. The sun has now entirely gone down, leaving us in shadowed darkness. I wonder why Marina doesn't seem bothered by it.
If they did, then I haven't heard anything about it. We've just got to start looking. Try to be careful, though.
I feel bad being here. Maybe this was a bad idea.
Oh, aggressively was.
Be super careful, then. And watch for spiders!
I flick on the spare flashlight and pass it to her, just in time to see the look of disgust at the mention of spiders. We split up, staying close to each other, but not overlapping where we look. I get down on my hands and knees, shining light into every corner and cranny I can. I worry that our lights might be visible from a distance, even though they aren't that very powerful. The only alternative would be sneaking over in broad daylight, and we'd be much more likely to be caught then. I'm not finding anything except dirt. I brush my fingers along the clay bricks in hopes of finding a loose stone or a secret compartment. There's nothing like that. Nearby, Marina's doing the same thing. She's hitched up her dress so it doesn't drag on the ground, and I force myself to look away rather than stare. She offers quite a view, though. After a moment, Marina giggles. I'm not sure why. I haven't spoken at all, because I don't want our voices to echo in the cave. It didn't give us away. But silently searching gets tedious fast, so I decide to try whispering.
What's so funny?
I don't know. Everything, I guess? I was just thinking how weird this is. Like, it's just so random, you know?
Alright, Aristotle.
Who's that?
Oh, God.
Never mind.
Why are you falling for the dumb one?
But yeah, it is kinda crazy.
Deciding that the building I was scouring is a lost cause, I move on to the next one.
I know it's probably not a big deal for you since you do this stuff all the time, but this is honestly the most fun I've ever had, I think.
Why do you think I do this all the time?
Destroying ancient Native American landmarks?
I'm being careful. Super careful. But just in general, being out here on the road. I thought maybe I was making a mistake when I left, but not anymore.
You were making a mistake.
I'm glad.
You should have gone into like a dental assistant or a nursing program and become like a CNA. And here, and I am. I really am.
Guess it worked out well for both of us.
I can't see her from here, but I know she's smiling. Then she giggles again.
Oh, Amber, you're a big ol' softy after all, aren't you?
I can kill you.
I'm not. I take it back. I should have left you on the side of the road.
This time we both laughed. After that, we laughed in a near silence, just the sound of us crawling around or occasionally moving to another building to search. Soon the happy atmosphere starts to dissolve as we start getting frustrated. At least I do. It takes maybe 20 minutes before we've looked over all the buildings. There aren't too many, and combing over them isn't that hard. We don't find anything, not even a clue or a hint that we're in the right spot, because you're not. Sighing through my nose, I start double-checking some of the larger homes. All the crawling and bending is starting to take a toll on me. When I straighten up, my back is sore, and sweat presses my head to my forehead. We should have brought some bottles of water with us. Yeah, you're in a desert. I lean against a rock wall, massage my shoulders. Marina finishes up a building, then joins me. She's biting her lip, frowning
Any
a little.
luck?
No, none at all.
Nope, nothing. You?
We both pause, silent.
So... that's it, right? Like we've checked all the buildings?
It's not in a building. It's in a
Can't
cave.
be. We must have missed something. I'm going to try checking out the cave itself.
Yeah, that's probably a smart plan. She just stands there, watches as I head over to the far side. I shine my flashlight up and down it again, examining every inch of rock. There's got to be a crevasse where the gold is stashed, or some other hiding place. There has to be. But none of the cracks were wide enough, deep enough for something like that. Minutes later, I pass by Marina, still in the same place. I check her face as I go. Her eyebrows are furrowed, and she looks worried. I keep hunting. Images of Maria triumphantly holding up the gold spur me on. Just the thought of her smug grin pisses me off. Reaching the end of the cave, I double back and check it again. And again. Finally, Marina pulls me away from the wall. I hear it, don't
Amber,
see it.
come on. There's no way.
Her voice is a knife in my heart. It hurts because I know she's right. I sigh and flick off my flashlight. Standing there, I look at the invisible ground and have to admit the truth to myself. It's not here. There's no treasure to be found in the Mummy Cave ruins. Either we got it wrong or someone beat us to it. Whichever the answer, there's nowhere in here that it could be. I make my way back to Marina slowly. I can feel the stinging tears of frustration beginning to well up in my eyes, which surprises me. I'm sure Mariah would be laughing if she were right here, right now. Abruptly, I stop walking towards her and spin around. I don't want Marina to see. There's the sound of crunching dirt as she walks over.
Amber?
There's worry in her voice. I shake my head. I don't know if she can see. She lays her hand on my shoulder, and 2 tears manage to leak out of my eyes. I shake my head again.
Amber, it's okay.
No, it's not. I failed you. I failed my puppy, girl. That is the hardest feeling, of knowing you have failed your puppy.
No. I'm sorry. I screwed up. I was wrong. There's nothing here.
I know there isn't. Seriously, that's okay.
I sob, not even knowing why. Damn it! Damn it! Get a grip, Amber. I wrench my eyes shut before the waterworks really starts. It burns, but I manage to hold back. Taking deep breaths, I get myself under control. I sink down to lean against the wall of the cave. Marina does the same. Our clothes are dusty from being on the ground so much. Marina pokes me in the side.
You okay?
I draw a rattly
Yeah, I'm
breath.
fine. Sorry. I don't know what that was about. I just got super frustrated.
As you should, because we have failed. And it is your fault. It is all your fault. You have now failed your puppy girl. This is a problem. What are we going to do to fix it? What are we going to do to fix it? Tell me, Amber. Tell me.
Yeah, I could tell.
Can it?
I flick her gently on the knee.
But, that was kind of embarrassing.
Just a hair.
No, it's okay, really. I cry all the time at home. Don't worry.
It's just... it's like losing. Not finding the treasure, I mean. So I'm mad for wasting all our time on this.
Fair.
Aren't you?
Just a hair.
No, why would I be?
It's an adventure. She sounds genuinely surprised.
Because now we're behind on the next one, too. What if someone beats us to all the rest of them?
Now you sound like me.
Oh god, is there a cure?
Yes.
Meanie. But really, I had fun, so I don't think it was a waste of time. Even if we're not, like, super rich now, I'm glad we came here.
You have a box of gold. You are already rich. Once again, I don't even have to look to know she's smiling. She's always smiling, after all. It's one of the cuter things about her, and there are lots of things. But I'm afraid to look up and meet her eyes. Afraid because of what I've been starting to feel lately, and how I've been thinking of her. It's stupid to get bothered by this now. I know, we've been all together all day. But right now, when I'm already being over-emotional, I feel like it's a bad idea. Yeah, it is, because you have an unequal power dynamic, and you're also much smarter than her.
Amber?
And then, by reflex, I do it anyway. I look over and I was right. My heart flushes a bit, but the smile I was anticipating has been replaced by yet another look of concern.
You're right. I guess it wasn't so bad.
She brightens up immediately.
For real?
Mm-hmm. I'm good now. Still, sorry for freaking out there for a sec.
It's okay. Don't feel bad.
Groaning, I stand up again. I'm definitely going to be sorry.
We should get out of here, though. The longer we spend, the more likely we are to get caught.
I've been probably 45 minutes or so since we ditched the tour group. Hopefully they didn't get search and rescue out looking for us. I offer my hand to Marina, who's still sitting on the ground. She takes it and I holler to her feet. After dusting herself off, we both walk to the edge of the cave. It's impossible to see anything. Even the trail will go across the way is invisible.
Watch your
from
step
here.
going down the hill.
Yeah, we don't want anyone to almost die again.
We're going to fall into the treasure. Going down the hill is easier than going up. Though we still have to be careful. We make it to the bottom without incident. We both don't risk the flashlight until we're back across the fence and on the trail. Now that we're not out of bounds, it doesn't matter if people see us.
Where do we go now?
I think about it for a moment. There's not much point in catching up with the tour again. Besides, it's probably ended by now. Still, if they did notice that we disappeared, then it could be bad for us to just leave the park. Last thing I want to see is our faces on missing person posters the next time we stop at a gas station. They've got a 45-minute lead on us, and they'll only grow if we try to
We'll just
find
go back
them.
to the parking lot and get out of here. If anyone asks, we can just say we left early.
Thank God. I was hoping you'd say that.
How come?
I'm so tired.
Same. My back's gonna hurt for a year.
Yes.
At least you have the comfy bed.
Hey, you could always... grab some more pillows from the closet if you need.
There are more?
Oh yeah. Gramps liked to have a zillion pillows when he slept.
Oh,
She sounds let down. Oops, maybe I shouldn't have made that connection there.
Don't worry. They weren't like his special pillows or anything. You can use them.
all right.
Damn, she really starts to worry when I mention him. Guess there's good reason for that. But right now, though, that thought is a familiar jab of sadness. I'm not about to break down. I'm doing okay for now. She's probably just worried about ghosts. We're quiet the rest of the way down the trail, though, without having to stick to the slow pace of a guided tour. It's actually a quick walk. There aren't any other hikers out, which surprises me. It's dark, but not that late. To reach the parking lot, it seems like we had perfect timing, or maybe pretty awful. Spilling out of a trailhead on the other side is a tour group that we're briefly part of. I recognize the tour group as well as...
there you girls are.
Linda. She came from my blind spot before we had time to hide. I didn't even try to force a smile as I turned to face her. She strolls up to us, Dino's still asleep. Howard nowhere to be seen because she's devoured him like a spider. Though maybe he's in their
I
car.
was hoping to see y'all before you left.
Yeah, we were pretty tired, so we came back early.
Oh, I'll bet you are.
She winks at me, like she's in on the joke. Problem is, I don't know what the joke's supposed to be.
Don't think I didn't notice you two running off now. Figured you were, you know.
Yes. She laughs and shakes her head.
I think that's good, though. Reminds me of me and my Howard when we were younger. We used to sneak off every chance we got, if you know what I mean.
Oh dears! My face starts to turn red as I realize what she's thinking. Marina's probably tomato-colored, though. I don't turn
We
to
weren't... I mean, we're not.
No need to be embarrassed or anything like that. And besides, at least you won't get pregnant.
You don't know what I have? You don't know what's in my pants? It's evil. She laughs heartily, the baby on her chest bouncing with the motion.
Sorry, though. I'm getting to be a bit too nosy for my own good. Y'all girls be safe out there. It was nice to get to know you.
And if you need to be extra safe, I have dental dams in the car. She grabs my hand from my side and pumps it in a vigorous handshake. That does the same to Marina. Neither of us react, still dumbfounded. Then she heads off towards a sea of cars. More of a puddle now, since most have already left. I turn to Marina, as expected, her face is scarlet.
Wow.
Right? That poor baby. And that poor husband.
I didn't think people like that were real. Like, they only existed in books and movies and stuff.
Or visual novels.
They say the desert does weird things to your head. Or maybe Wisconsin does.
Yeah, Wisconsin's pretty terrible. I shrug and start walking back towards the RV. I'm glad that Marina doesn't push the topic of Linda's misconception. I unlock the door and let Marina in first. We're one of the last ones here. Before I pull the door shut, I take a final look around Canyon de Shell. Oh, what little of it I can see. It may have been a bust, but like Marina said, it wasn't a total waste of time. We found out where it wasn't. Inside the RV once again, I crash down into the driver's seat and kick my feet up on the dash. It's a relief to sit on something soft. Like a satellite, Marina hovers around me, expectant.
So that was a failure. Obviously.
Do you think it might be in a different part of the canyon?
Probably.
Maybe. But we're not gonna find out. We could spend days out here and not find anything. Most likely, someone else found it before us. Maybe even before this whole treasure hunt thing started.
Maybe. She stares at the ground then, pokes back
That's
up.
okay, though. All we can do is move on.
Reaching into the glove compartment, she brings out a journal and hands it to me.
Come on. Show me why the human travel guide is the best.
I look at her for a moment, then with a smile, gently take
Sure
it from
thing.
her.
But that's the first and only time you're ever gonna call me that, okay?
Okay.
I flip through the journal and skim the pages. I skipped one of the entries last time because it looked like a jumbled puzzle. But if we're going to find the rest of the treasure, then we need to tackle this head on. Bracing myself for the confusion, I find the entry and groan. I write you today, not from my dear Lamasi's winged landmark, but from a destination on an unforeseen detour. During my journey eastbound, I encountered a split within the dusted road. I have encountered many of these on my travels, but this one triggered a thought, that maybe, perhaps, I've been too obvious with my hiding. Let us assume a jealous peer wanted to track me. Paranoia or not, if they so desired, they easily could. My steed's prints are set within the sand, and I have not disguised my livelihood. In fact, one may call these a trail. If one were to follow this trail, they may even happen upon my bounty. That's a quicker picker-upper. The likelihood of this is very slim. However, I've always considered myself to be a man who only takes calculated risks, which is why I'm shocked that this thought has never crossed my mind before. Surely an intelligent, rugged, and worldly individual such as myself could have also come to the conclusion by now. I'm also very well hung. Opposite, I'm none of these things. Nonetheless, I marked the split and took the path I felt was less traveled. After I'd covered enough distance, I found a satisfactory location. Acres of identical arched stones were spread across this area. The more I traveled, the more there were. On occasion I had seen some, but never so close together, nor so plentiful. Though I do worry one could narrow down the gold if they had a will. Alas, the remnants of my illness reappeared, forcing me to find a resting site. Eventually, I settled between two stones, unlike the arch stones. I often feared they would fall or collapse on me. The balance seemed steady, and they provided shade and scenery. So once again, I am rested and determined. Well, this detour took precious time away from me. I felt very much it was worth the security it provides, even if it was unnecessary. P.S. This morning I looked in my pouch. It appears as if I have enough gold for one last burial. La Mossie's landmark seems more than proper for this.
Oh no.
Oh no? Does that mean you don't know where it's at?
The opposite. I know exactly where it's at.
Then what's the problem?
I lean back in my chair as I look at the ceiling.
It's in Arches National Park.
Cool. Then let's...
I ignore her and keep looking at the ceiling.
Arches has over 2,000 natural stone arches. The miner said he hit it between two stones.
She blinks, I sigh.
An arch is a rock formation that curves in the air. Think of it as an upside-down U.
Finally, she gets the message. Her face morphs into a blank canvas and she stares out the windshield.
Oh no.
Yeah. If we want to find this thing, then we need to look between every single arch and arches.
Oh, delightful. After a moment of petrified silence, Marina takes back the journal and returns it to its proper place in the glove compartment. With a shaky smile, Marina looks back at me and tries blowing it off.
Arches National Park, huh? It's somewhere in Moab, right? You...
With a shaky grin of my own, I respond, totally ignoring the impossible feat ahead of us.
Yeah, I went to Moab a long time ago. Arches is really famous. Like, world famous.
We're both sweating, staring at the long road ahead of us as we try our best to make casual conversation. It's like a game of chicken. Who's going to break
I've always
first?
wanted to go.
Where have you vacationed to before?
Honestly, nowhere. Not out of the state, at least.
For real? Not even to visit family?
Nuh-uh. My grandparents live in New Mexico, too. I think only my big brother has been outside of the state.
Oh, where's he going?
You got any other siblings? Or is it just you two?
She shakes her head.
There's 9 of us. I've got 2 younger brothers, 3 older brothers, an older sister, and 2 little sisters.
Jesus, what was your mother, a clown car? I whistle.
Damn, that's a big-ass Christmas card.
Right? At some point it's just like, aren't you ever gonna stop? I'm almost out of fingers to count on.
Chuckling, I stand up and walk to the back. Marina follows behind me.
What about you? Do you have any siblings?
None that I remember. We all fought for dominance.
Just me. Otherwise, they'd probably be riding around this old thing with us.
As I say that, I collapse down onto my bed. Sprawling out, sitting up front felt good, but this is heavenly. The bed sinks a little as she takes a seat on its
Can't really
edge.
imagine having a single brother or sister. Definitely not 8 of them. But I guess they don't all live at home.
Actually?
We live on a compound. It's... Mother and father seem to believe the end is coming, so I've been training with an AR-15 since birth. Mother says it shall be my job to repopulate. But the only other men there are my brothers, so I'm a bit concerned. I'm very concerned.
You're kidding.
Only one of my brothers has moved out. It's the worst. Like, you have to make a reservation to take a shower.
So we all shower together.
No wonder you ran away.
Pretty much. As soon as I finished school, I was just like, okay, time to get out of here.
How long ago was that?
Just a couple months. 2-ish.
What'd you major in?
Huh?
Like, what'd you get your degree in?
Oh god, she's stupidly young.
Not college. High school. I just finished high school.
Oh god, I'm going to jail.
Huh?
Using my elbows, I prop myself up.
What?
How old are you?
Putting her hands on her hips, Marina puffs out her cheeks and looks
I'll have
offended.
you know, it's very rude to ask a lady her age.
No, it's very appropriate because I don't want to go to jail. She
But
deflates.
I'm 18. Why?
technically a legal adult, so I'm probably not going to jail for kidnapping a minor, but it's still potentially kidnapping.
Oh, thank God.
I let myself fall back
I was
again.
afraid you were gonna be underage and that I'd get arrested for kidnapping or something.
No way! And besides, I told you my parents were fine with it. Well, accepted it. What about you? How old are you?
Just a year older.
Okay.
Wait, you're only 19?
Yeah. Now it's her turn to become shocked.
How old did you think I was?
Marina bursts out laughing. I'm actually a little embarrassed. I look away, blowing my hair out from my face.
Just kidding, just kidding. I figured you were like my age or a bit older. 2 years at the most.
You both look 12! I don't look at her, staring at the wall.
Oh, come on, don't be mad. I was just playing.
All of a sudden, she sounds seriously regretful. I want to mess with her, but her puppy dog look she gives me over her shoulder is a bit too hard to resist.
Sorry, what? My hearing must be getting bad at my old age.
She throws a pillow at me from the bed beside her, and I deflect it with my arm.
Good save, Granny.
Now she leans back too, staring up at the ceiling. Her hair spreads across my leg. I don't move it. Then I realize that all of the worry and nervousness we had about Arches is gone. Somewhere along the line we just forgot it. I don't know when we reached that point in our relationship. Oh my. We can be comfortable with being this close to each other, but I'm glad we have. Maybe, just maybe, I'm enjoying the closeness a little too much. It's been a long time since I've dated someone. Gramps' health made having a girlfriend impossible. Hi, Majora, good to see you, dear heart. There wasn't time for anyone else. Hell, I hardly had time for myself. Not that I cared. I'd do it all over again. How are you doing today, my friend? Still, it's nice. Having someone to talk to, so it's not just me and my thoughts. Just as I'm about to settle into the mood, she sits up and stretches.
Oh, I'm pretty sleepy. Are you going to bed soon?
Yes.
Nah, I took a nap earlier, so I'm good. It's only a few hours to Moab, so I'll drive us there tonight.
Moab, huh?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Something wrong?
No, I was just kind of wondering.
Yes. She trails off.
Wondering...
How far away is the Grand Canyon?
From here? I don't know, 3 or 4 hours? But it's in the total opposite direction that we're going.
Oh, okay.
The crestfallen look on her face should be illegal.
Sorry, I should have looked at the map before I asked.
Yes, you should have. This is your fault. Smiling, she turns and heads for bed, disappointment clinging to her like
Night,
a fear.
Amber.
Leaning against my pillows, I watch as she slowly trots off to the back. Come on now, I'm not that heartless.
Wait a sec.
She freezes mid-step.
I guess since I was gonna drive all night anyway, we can make a detour. A pretty big detour, too. So don't blame me if all the treasure is gone by the time we're done.
She turns around, hope springing in her face now.
But I guess it's like a requirement that you see the Grand Canyon when you're sightseeing in Arizona. So that's what we'll do.
Raining nickels, ow! That sounds painful.
You've got a lot of vacations to make up for.
All of the tiredness and disappointment vanishes in an instant, like a bird taking flight. She hears back over to where I'm just standing up. A trademark Marina crash tackle hug knocks me onto my butt and bed again. I pat her on the back a couple times before she rises.
Have I ever told you you're the best?
Not nearly enough.
Probably, but don't you forget it.
I couldn't if I tried.
Goof.
I poke her in the belly as I make my way up to the front again.
Grab me an energy drink from the fridge, will ya?
When she sits down in the passenger seat, she has 2 cans of the energy
Thought you were
drink.
going to bed.
No way! I'm too excited now. I'll keep you company on the drive.
And also, if I keep you awake, you won't crash into a cactus and kill us all.
Plus, it's only like 8 o'clock, isn't it?
Beats me. Sounds right.
I pop open the tab on my drink and take a long draught. It tastes awful, like all energy drinks. They taste like they are basically pennies dissolved in copper. But it wakes me up like nothing else. I guess the makers cut out sweetness and nice flavors for more stimulants. To drink faster, I hold my breath to hide the taste and chug. Grasping, I crumple the empty can and toss it into a trash bag. Marina, on the other hand, sips it daintily, wincing each time.
People seriously drink this stuff?
You just saw me do it.
Somehow. It works, though. It's pretty much the strongest stuff you can get without a prescription.
Hooray for drugs! After taking another sip, Marina retches and sticks her tongue out. She reminds me of a cat with fur stuck on her tongue. She sets the can in the cup holder beside me.
Do you want mine? I can't drink this.
I'd have a heart attack if I drank too. Just leave it and I'll drink it tomorrow.
Yay, red line! Because the only way to improve an awful energy drink is to let it get warm and flat. As I start the RV, Marina says something, but it's soft enough that I can't hear her over the engine revving.
What was that? Old lady hearing failing on me again.
Smiling, she shakes her head.
I was just saying thanks again.
Don't thank me yet. I could fall asleep at the wheel and kill us both.
Yay!
At least I die happy. No, though. Not just that. For taking me with you and doing the treasure hunt and everything.
Aw.
You must be super tired. You're saying all sorts of weird stuff now.
I mean it. I know it's kind of random. I'm just really happy I met you.
Oh god, we've entered the sweet and romantic portion of the game. After a moment of blushing, I laugh a little under my breath.
Yeah, me too.
I prevent any more cheesy conversation by carefully pulling out of the parking lot and back onto the exit road. I'm definitely glad that Marina is enjoying herself. I'm having fun too, but talking about that sort of thing, it makes me feel squirmy inside, writhing inside. Like I don't match up to what Marina thinks of me. Pushing those thoughts out of my head, I focus on the road. We have to keep our eyes peeled for animals out here. There are lots of stray dogs in this part of the state, and dozens of deer and antelope just waiting to race cars. The road's devoid of other vehicles, though, and since I know the exits to take, more or less, we should make pretty good time. Once we get back onto the highway, Marina hosts a bucket of tapes onto her lap.
What do you want to listen to?
I glance between the road and the bin, scanning both. I settle on an album that I haven't had the heart to listen to in a while, but it feels like tonight is the right time. I fish out the tape and slide it into the player. As the first chords start up, I watch Marina's face for a reaction. It won't have the same sentimental value to her, I know, but it's an emotional album in general. Lots of dynamics to the music, and simple but heartfelt songwriting. Gramps used to play along, but said he couldn't quite capture the feeling himself. As I hoped, Marina's quiet, which means that she's listening. Her cheek is pressed against the window again, and she's asleep. Her reflection, barely visible, looks wistful. Good. For the second time today, a growing pressure starts in my eyes. I part them, and the motion catches Marina's attention.
You sure you're not too tired?
Oh yeah, eyes are just a little itchy.
Damn it, my voice shakes as I speak, but if she notices, she doesn't say anything. The album was another one of Graham's favorites, and there's a reason I haven't listened to it since he passed. Turning it on has been a mistake. We may have to go off the road if I end up crying, or I might just die of embarrassment. I sniffle a couple of times to keep myself under control.
Damn allergies.
I don't even know if she hears me. I'm kind of tempted to turn it off and play something else, but I want Marina to hear it. It won't mean anything special to her. I'm sure I want to see what she thinks, to see if maybe Gramps and I were crazy, or if there was more to the music, and the man playing it. He was a guitarist, and a songwriter, just went the name of June. Died a few years ago. Fighting back the nostalgia and the bubbling feelings of how much I miss Gramps is hard. I'm able to hold on, though, to keep from breaking down. 45 minutes later, when the tape ends, Marina hits the play button again to start it over. I'd say it was worth it. I let it play on for hours, long after Marina's fallen asleep beside me. My everything aches. It takes me a long time, long lazy minutes to remember why I'm sitting up, forehead plastered to the steering wheel, rather than in my bed. I drove all through the night to get us to the Grand Canyon, arriving at the South Rim right around the time that I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer. We're on a campsite, apparently, but I don't remember anything past reaching the park's edge and paying the entry fee. I probably shouldn't have been driving, but we made it here all right. A sour taste pervades my mouth, courtesy of the empty energy drink at my side. I groan as I clamber up and head to brush my teeth. When I exit the bathroom, Marina's waiting at the front, all dressed up and ready to go.
Good morning.
Good morning, dear. I'm still too sleepy to match her enthusiasm. Undeterred, she comes forward, presses a mug into my hand.
I made you some coffee.
Thank you.
But it was a couple of hours ago, so it's kind of cold now.
Thanks.
It's also brewed too weak, but I don't want to tell her that. I drain my cup in seconds, then pour myself another. That's also finished in a few long gulps.
You really like coffee, huh?
Very much so. Coffee is the most wonderful human beverage.
I guess. I think I'm just addicted.
You
Fair
don't
enough.
even put any cream or sugar in it, right?
No, because people who ruin a cup of Costa Rica by putting things into it are bastard people.
Nope. I always drink it black.
She wrinkles her nose in disgust.
I can't stand the taste.
Then drink something else.
I noticed. Have you gone and looked around yet?
There are dozens, if not hundreds of people milling around. And that's just what I can see from here. Most likely
Look
treasure
around?
hunters.
Without you?
Yeah. It's what?
Almost, but I didn't want to leave without you.
Aw. That's sweet of her.
What if I got lost? You're like my map.
Fair enough. Maybe not.
Besides, it's boring to go look around by myself.
Fair enough.
You think? I used to do it lots before we met up. It was nice to be alone and think.
Oh, excuse me. Her face falls. Seconds later, I realize my mistake and mentally kick myself.
Not to say I don't like having you around. I just meant it's not so bad being on your own for a little bit.
She ponders for a moment.
Well, I don't like being alone.
Yeah, with 8 siblings about, I don't blame ya. A small frown makes me think she's upset, but then it melts away and is replaced by her trademark smile. Something about how the sunlight frames her face right then makes my heart skip a beat. I want to admire her for longer, but I think my face gives it away. Soon she shifts, asking with her eyes.
Something wrong?
I shake my head to clear it.
Nah, sorry. Just zoned out for a second. Let me finish this coffee, and then we can...
Okay. I don't know how you can be up and at 'em just like that. Usually it takes me hours to wake up.
I noticed.
I know. I do a lot of waiting for you.
Ha! I'm right there with you, Majora. I'm the same way. Marina stumps over to play hit me on the shoulder.
Meanie, I do my best for you.
Yeah. There aren't enough hours in the day for you to sleep as much as you want.
Then let me sleep for days at a time, then I'll be up for a few other days.
What? Are you saying I don't need my beauty sleep?
Not at all. She's just kidding, but I freeze. She's joking, right?
Amber?
The jaunty tone in her voice is gone.
Yeah.
I croak out a response.
Zone out again?
A little bit.
Something like that.
Even I'm surprised by how off guard that caught me. It was just a simple joke, but it was a little too relevant. Seconds after thinking of how pretty she looked. Looks. I need to stop being so weird sometimes, or that'll scare her off more than her finding out that I might just maybe, could possibly, have a crush on her.
Maybe
Like
you
what
just
rocks.
need more coffee.
Probably.
Her grin
You
gets
need
huge.
as much coffee as I do sleep.
Fair enough.
See? We're even.
I laugh as I pour myself a third cup, tilting the pot to get the
Maybe you're
dregs.
right.
She prances back toward the front door, nose held in the air like she's won some great victory. I catch her peeking back to see if I'm watching, so I make a big show of rolling my eyes. She sticks her tongue out in return. When I set my cup down in the sink, Marina throws the door open and waits for me to step out. Having been mostly sleeping in the dark, it looks like I did an okay job in parking. By which I mean, there was actually one of the designated camping spots. There's more than I can say for a lot of the others here. Tents cover nearly every patch of land that doesn't have an RV on it. Some even come right up against the road itself, causing a few cars to pass by to have to hug the edge. Ha! Nice. You have to be careful what you show the boyfriend, Majora. Be wary. Just like the back in Shiprock, this is a fiasco. Squads of little kids rampage around squirting each other, and everyone else with water guns, and just being in the way, because children are terrible. One little brat runs up to us, pulls his squirt gun like he's going to shoot me, but the death glare that I give him sends him running in the other direction.
Not a fan of kids?
Not at all.
Not the rotten ones.
Marina, on the other hand, waves at the retreating boy and giggles as a weak burst of water hits her.
I don't know how you can stand it.
They're just kids.
Yes, children are awful, and I know what you're gonna say. Gnome, you were once a child, but you know what I did? I had the fortitude and the decency to pull myself up by my bootstraps, and I improved over my weaknesses, and now I'm no longer a child.
Besides, I'm pretty used to it.
Big family, right?
Yep.
We start to walk in the direction of the canyon itself, pausing sometimes to let cars
This is
troop
such a
pass us
mess.
by.
Wonder how many of them are treasure hunters.
Probably all.
Well, it's the Grand Canyon, so a lot of people are probably just regular tourists, right?
Tourists are awful people.
Yeah, probably. I feel bad for them. And all the other people who just want to enjoy these parks.
You really hate people, huh?
Yes, people are awful. That's the problem with the public. They're fucking awful. You can't say the public are fucking awful. Yes, I can. I've met them.
What? Where'd that come from?
I don't know. You're just always complaining about there being too many people around.
I don't like the terrible people. Do I really complain that much? Yes, Amber. Yes, you do. When you're not, like, absolutely lusting over Marina, you are complaining about people. Or worrying about your dead grandfather, which, granted, that is actually very valid. Think about it, I guess I do.
I don't hate people. I just don't like when it's all chaotic like this.
Fair.
So you don't like crowds then?
That's closer, yeah.
Kinda weird that you're so hyped for this music thing then, don't you think? Isn't that gonna be the biggest crowd yet?
Yeah, but that's different for reasons that I don't feel the need to explain to you right now.
Sure, but that's different.
Why?
For reasons I don't care to explain to you right now.
I don't know. Just is.
Why?
For reasons I don't care to explain to you right now. Don't make me push you into the canyon.
What are you, 5? No wonder you get along with kids so well.
The place nicknamed the Garden of Eden for its beauty. Every year it gets covered in trash because of lazy tourists. That's because tourists are awful. There's also a big problem at places like Mount Everest where there is a poop problem. And by that I mean tourists who come around and leave poop all over the goddamn mountain.
But I guess it's just because everyone is there for the same thing. You have something in common with them.
It's actually threatened towns. Like, poop avalanches have threatened towns.
Isn't everyone here for the same thing?
Yeah, but...
I struggle to find an explanation. But she laughs it off and shrugs.
I'm just kidding anyway. You can't be the only one who teases. You don't like big crowds, and that's fine.
What about you?
I think it's fun. And besides, you get to meet all sorts of cool people. Who knows? Maybe you'll meet a special someone or a long-lost relative or something.
Special someone, huh?
Maybe. Would be pretty unlikely, though.
Probably. But it's still fun to think about. And speaking of odds... Amber...
Yes? Marina points at another cluster of motorhomes down the road. I follow her gaze, immediately understanding. Taking up 2 spaces because of size and bad parking is a familiar titan of an RV. Definitely something to avoid, Majora. Definitely something to avoid. That's why a lot of the locals hate tourists.
God, no.
But Marina's already heading towards it. My nemesis. Mariah's motorhome. The door opens seconds before Marina reaches it. Out strolls Joseph and Tess close behind. Oh, thank God, it's the least annoying
You
ones.
call that a break? You've had boyfriends that last longer.
Sis has never had a boyfriend.
Haha! Does she have like a sword attached to her back?
My point exactly.
Quit your moaning. You two just need more work ether.
Work ether? Is that like a homemade energy drink? Are you giving them like, I don't know, liquid caffeine?
You mean ethics, but you've probably never heard the word.
Mariah approaches in the doorway, leaning on a shovel. I can see her about to retort, but then she spots either me or Marina, and her glare is replaced with a smug grin.
Well. Look who finally caught up.
They really do. They look like they are from like a Shonen Jump anime a little bit.
Hey guys!
Oh, hey there, ladies.
I sigh and speed up my glacial pace. May as well get this over with. Mariah picks up a crate of tools from beside her and carries them out before shoving the crate into Joseph's hands. His knees buckle at the weight, and he sets them on the ground.
Did you follow our dust all the way here?
Kinda.
I wish we'd seen it so we could have stayed away.
Maybe you should go now and get a head start on the next piece before we find the one here.
There is not one here. Or there is going to be, and it's going to be somewhere dumb. She clutches her shovel like a sword and points it at me.
Unless you're gonna fight us for this one too.
I mean, I did just pick up this hammer, so I raise my hands in surrender.
We already had one bust at Canyon Duché. This one's all yours to screw up.
The shovel drops a couple inches, either as a response or because her arm's getting sore.
Canyon Duché? But there's only one Grand Canyon.
Yeah?
There's more than one canyon in the world, Mayor.
Figured it was there at the Mummy Cave ruins, but we didn't find anything. So if you want to search all 2,000 miles of the Grand Canyon, then good luck.
Damn it!
Mariah throws down her hands, and the tool bag slips from her, plummeting onto Joseph's foot hard. The crates in his hand are the next to fall, this time on the other foot. And now Joseph has broken toes on each foot. The box bursts open, flooding the ground with heavy hammers and wrenches. A gasp escapes his mouth, then
Are
silence.
you gonna get drunk and cry yourself to sleep again, sis?
Yes. Somehow, through pained grunts, Joseph manages to speak.
The limit is once per week.
Mariah's eyes twitch. In one smooth motion, she whirls around and clonks her companion's head, huffs and crosses her arms. Joseph reacts like any normal human being and rubs his head to soothe his wound. I don't think I'll ever get over how creepy this girl is. Oh, I don't think Tess reacted. She clonks Joseph again for good measure. Marina and I both wince. I mentioned this is how it was for Howard when he first met Linda.
At least we get to see the canyon that way.
Jesus!
Child is ninja! Out of nowhere, Tess pops up at my side.
Tess has been wanting to go out and see the sights, but Mariah's too busy breaking her back for that.
Alright then.
Big sisters are bossy, huh?
They are. Tess nods, which prompts Marina to stoop down and hug her apathetic kindred spirit.
Not alone!
Marina looks up at me, eyes big.
Can we keep her? She's so cute!
No! You do not need a pet. You are already a pet. You do not need a pet.
That's property theft!
That's a child.
Sorry, only one stray at a time.
Aww.
Marina releases Tess and reaches out her hands as they float
Anyway,
apart.
let's get going. If they're gonna waste all day here, we can at least leave them to it.
But Mariah waves her shovel in Joseph's face.
Pick up our crap. We gotta rethink our strategy.
Crap?
You mean like the shattered bones of my foot?
Yes. This crap.
You mean the things you dropped? She taps the crate that she forced on him just minutes ago. Joseph covers Tess' ears, then mutters something that I can't make out.
Wait, I have an idea.
4 pairs of eyes turn to look at her.
Me and Amber were about to go sightseeing. Why don't you guys come with us?
That's a terrible idea.
Agreed.
Hey, we agree on something.
But Tess's eyes sparkle with determination. Nodding, she reaches up to tug on Mariah's suit.
That's 1 vote yes.
She turns to me, pleading look in her eyes, hoping to make it 2 yes votes.
I think that sounds like a good time, too. It'd be a nice break.
I forbid it. You've already had a break.
Yes, the break in my foot. When you broke my toes.
You have too much to focus on. Getting distracted by dusty old rocks is the last thing we need.
You always say that, but look at her.
He points to Tess, her face shining with interest since the word sightseeing. Shouldn't she be in school? Like, this is a concern I have.
When did she last show interest in something? Hell, has she ever shown interest in something?
We're still not going.
An irritable groan rumbles through Joseph's throat, but he still looks as casual and relaxed as he usually
Look,
does.
we're not always going to do what you want just because you say so. We're going, and if we have to, we'll force you to come along.
Marina laughs awkwardly.
It's fine. You guys don't have to come if you don't want to.
It's too late for that. Mariah lets out a single disingenuous ha and marches to Joseph.
You're gonna force me to go, huh?
Look, can you guys keep your couples argument away from the child? It's a little disturbing.
That's right.
She stares him down, or up, to be more accurate. The top of her head only reaches up to his chin. Regardless, she gives him a nasty grin, and repeatedly pokes his chest for daring to defy her. This doesn't seem to faze him, though, as his lips curl into an ominous smile.
And how exactly do you plan to do that?
Fireman Carey? Oh my. Alright. Vast and majestic, the canyon dominates the horizon. As far as my eyes can see, calico rocks are given a murky tint in the dying sunlight. It's a breathtaking view. I just stare out over the abyss, watching as the sun slowly climbs down the sky.
What are you even looking at?
Yes, good question. She says it flatly, not like a question. Mariah's been this way for hours now, since Joseph practically dragged her out of the RV. While the other 3 have amused themselves with disposable cameras and curiosity, Mariah's tailed me like a mangy dog. But you won't let me forget about her relentless apathy, punctuating it with frequent sighs.
I'm looking at the cliffs, and considering sending you to get a closer look at the bottom.
This is your fault, you know.
I mean, just because my puppy made us do this?
What is?
That we're here. Or at least that I'm here.
Fair enough.
Hey, I didn't want you along either. That was all Marina.
Look, don't blame me, blame my puppy.
Just tell that airhead no sometime. Guessing you've never turned in a request of hers in your life.
I've known her for 3 days, and also you don't get to judge, you basically stripped her car. I shoot her a dirty look at the word airhead. Mariah rolls her eyes. She doesn't care one bit.
She wanted to play with Tess. Someone has to.
Joe does it all the time.
Also, maybe close your shirt, like once in your goddamn life. Her ability to miss the point is actually kind of impressive.
Besides, you should see the look I get if I try to stop her from something. Maybe I can't say no.
Be more like me. Mental fortitude and training.
He's almost breaking down when someone threatens to take away the key to your liquor cabinet, part of that mental fortitude and training.
She clicks her tongue in an annoyance and
I could have
grumbles.
still said no. I was just doing it for Tess.
Oh, sure, dear heart. I turn my attention over to the impromptu photo shoot again. Both the girls climb on the rocks and lean against the railings to take pictures. Joseph trails close behind, probably make sure nobody slips. Sometimes he's pulled in for a picture too. Marina's taking pictures of just about everything. The sky, the ground, a pouting Mariah. As a photographer, she's not very picky. Tess, on the other hand, seems to have an actual knack for it. She's taking pictures of scenic valleys and close-ups of beautiful desert flowers in full bloom, usually with Joseph as the model. She even manages to get close enough to take one of an eagle perched on a rock. Not hard when you're practically invisible, though.
I don't even know why she's so interested in this stuff.
What? The wonder and majesty of naturally formed geographic wonders?
That's a fancy way of saying overgrown rocks.
I mean, fair.
Who cares? Shouldn't you be glad that she is?
Why? I'd prefer if she cared about something that matters.
Oh, so now you're just gonna sit here disparaging your baby sister. Why did you even bring her?
Rich?
Exactly. It's Americana this, sightseeing that. What the hell even is Americana?
It's basically a fancy word for pretending that we have history here in this country, where we really are we are kind of recent arrivals, so kind of looking at what the natives did that we didn't destroy.
Don't mess with Texas shirts and old rocking chairs that some hicks farted on.
Do you ever listen to yourself talk? Just be happy she's interested in culture and expanding her horizons.
And not acting like you.
Culture? Our favorite foods are bastardized versions of foreign cuisine.
Actually fair.
Culture's a sham. When I was her age, I was interested in things that actually mattered.
Oh,
like
really?
treasure.
Years later, and nothing's changed.
Since the other girls are taking a break, Joseph has
I want
joined
to take
us.
some pictures with you.
Mariah starts to protest, but Joseph
Your
cuts
sister
her off.
wanted me to ask.
Her mouth shuts and she rolls her eyes yet again.
Fine.
She stalks over to where they are, kicking up clouds of dust with each heavy step.
Sorry if she's causing you trouble. She can be a bit of a handful.
I want to push her into the canyon.
I know it's hard to believe, but there's a good heart in there.
No, there's not.
Somewhere.
She'd probably sell it for $1 if she could.
Joseph laughs heartily.
You might be right. That's just how she is, I guess. Been that way since we were kids.
It's hard to imagine that someone could not only know Mariah as a child, but want to maintain a friendship with her for the rest of their lives. Come to think of it, Joseph is a bit of an odd case compared to the other two. Odd just because he's so normal.
Hey, can I ask you something?
Shoot.
Do you care about the treasure?
He scratches the stubble on his chin and thinks about it.
Like, you have a good head on your shoulders. Why do you let her drag you around?
Because she doesn't button her shirt, ever.
Well, it's not that I don't care about the treasure. Being rich doesn't sound like a bad gig at all. But I wouldn't say I have a good head on my shoulders either. If it came down to treasure hunting or kicking back on a couch all day, I'd pick the couch.
Figures.
He's just basically been drawn into her wake. His own broad smile returns. I didn't even notice it disappear.
As for them, one of them needs someone to look out for her, and the other is 10.
Now we both laugh.
She's the one who gets me off the couch. I'm the one who gets her to sit down sometimes. Even back in school, she was always picking fights. Didn't matter if it was another kid or a teacher. Got her ass kicked a couple times. If she were all on her own, she'd tear apart the whole Southwest.
Fair enough.
That makes sense?
I look over to where the three of them are still taking pictures. Tess is standing on a rock so that she's at the same level as the others. Right now, the two of her fingers hold Mariah's mouth into the shape of a smile. On Mariah's other side, Marina holds the camera out and takes a picture. We're gonna form some kind of weird polyhedral-like commune, aren't we? Then Tess takes one, though Marina keeps her hand out of Mariah's mouth.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Plus, someone's got to make sure Tess doesn't starve.
Catching us watching, Marina waves vigorously. She nearly knocks Mariah's lights out while she does. I wave back. Tess says something that gets Marina's attention, and after a second, Marina hurries over. I wince as I watch her clumsily climb over the rocks, scared that she's going to slip and hurt herself. But she arrives unharmed.
Tess wanted me to ask if you'd go be in the pictures too, Joe. She says she wants all 3 of you.
Looks like that's my cue.
With nothing more to say, he drifts over to the others and exchanges spots with Marina. Tess passes him the camera, and he holds it up to his
Why
eye.
are you using this cheap thing anyway? The camera on Mariah's phone is way better.
He takes the camera from Tess and dangles it from his fingertips, observing it like it's an ancient, long-buried
The
artifact.
memory is full from all her journal entries.
Fair enough.
Journal?
It's more like gangsty poetry.
Of course it is. Mariah turns towards me, panic and fury in her eyes, but she's too
How
slow.
did that one go again? Oh yeah. Rivers of amber pour from my bottle like tears, forever sweeping El Dorado beyond my grasp.
Mariah slouches.
I hate you both.
Oh, you're aggressively an alcoholic.
Oh, but we love you, Mariah.
Tess clings to her sister's waist like a magnet, showing her affection.
Now squeeze in. I'm not sure how we're all gonna fit.
We watch for a moment before I tap Marina on the shoulder. That should keep them busy for a while.
Quick! While they're distracted.
What?
I cut up Marina's hand and dash off, dragging her behind me. I have thought to indulge in Linda's plan. Her feet have trouble keeping up, but I don't slow down or
Just
look
keep
back.
running.
Amber, where are we going?
Away from them! We wandered around for a while until we found another viewpoint that's empty of other people. I'm guessing that a lot of the treasure hunters are out looking now, since their oppressive heat isn't so bad. I lean against the rail, my head propped on my arms. The cool metal feels nice against my skin. Marina does the same. She laughs. She sighs, wistfully.
So pretty.
Yes. Yes, I am!
Which part?
All of it. Especially the sunset.
Oh, you mean the canyon. Okay. Nearly all the sunlight has been swallowed by the canyon's colossal darkness. Shadows cast by the stones mute the gorgeous colors as the sun melts into the tip of the canyon. It's barren and desolate, but Marina's right. It's pretty.
Oh, let's take a picture before it gets too dark.
Yes, let's.
You're not getting out of this one. You haven't been in any of the pictures today.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
I think Amber might have the same curse I do, where I either look high or mentally challenged in every single photo that I take. That's taken of me.
Scooch in.
Like, together?
Duh.
She slides toward me, and I squirm away on instinct.
What's wrong?
Immediately, before I can answer, she grins
Wait
slyly.
a second. You're
Yes.
camera shy, aren't you?
Little bit.
I'm not.
I retort a little too quickly.
Oh?
Clearly, she doesn't believe me.
It's not that I'm afraid of them or anything. I just don't like having my picture taken.
How come?
I shrug.
Just don't.
Well, you'll have to deal with it this time.
She zips over, and before I can react, has pressed her cheek to mine. The shutter clicks, and I'm momentarily stunned by the flash. Before I can protest or enjoy the closeness, she's already pulled away and is checking the results. Damn.
It's cute, look!
She shoves the camera into my face, but it's so close and the screen is so small that I can't actually see the picture. I just nod.
Can't wait to get these developed.
Turning toward me, Marina pauses.
How do you get photos developed anyway?
How do you function?
We'll have to take them to the store and have them do it. Most big supermarkets can.
Okay, first thing tomorrow then.
How do you function,
Sure.
girly pop? Like a hummingbird, Marina darts forward and gives me a tight hug.
Thanks for coming out here. It's been so amazing. I hope it was worth it.
I look down at her, pressed against me.
Yeah, it was.
Like whip blade that will actually protect you from danger, or a bow staff that can shoot fire from the tip. We're going with bow staff that shoots fire because I don't trust something that's going to automatically protect me from danger, because quite honestly that is that's trusting in its own recognizance, and I don't trust the judgment of a whip sword. Alright. But good question, Majora, thank you. Marina pulls away to my great disappointment. She opens her mouth like she's going to say something, but then seems to change her mind.
What?
What?
You were about to say something? What was it?
Oh, never mind.
Hey, you can't do that. Now I really want to know.
She giggles, but it sounds distracted.
Okay, fine. I was just gonna ask, why is it that you hate Mariah and her group so much?
Because Mariah is a sociopath.
Where'd that come from?
Marina turns away and stares out over the canyon again. It's getting pretty dark. She's quiet for a moment before she talks.
I don't know. You just complain about them a lot.
I don't hate them, dummy.
I just despise them.
Joe and Tess are fine. It's just Mariah that I have a problem with.
Fair enough, Majora. Fair enough.
How come?
She's a bitch. Loud and rude and obnoxious. Ugh, I really hate people like that. She thinks she is always right, too.
Sounds like someone else I know.
I will push you off this canyon.
Don't give me that. We're nothing alike.
Marina laughs.
Yeah.
Half a minute passes in silence.
You're way cuter than she is.
What? What? Time stops, and so does my heart. Everything feels like it's frozen. I look over at Marina, but she's looking at the canyon, not me. Still just a couple inches away. I gulp, swallowing the lump forming in my throat.
You said that before, I think. You're cuter.
Oh, hush. I'm trying to compliment you.
I fall silent a moment, not sure of how to respond.
You know, back when we first met, I meant what I said about you being cute, too.
She giggles again.
I'd forgotten about that.
As if on cue, a light breeze starts up, causing her hair to billow out like a cloud. Her side tail, hastily bound, looks like it might come undone. Finally, she turns to look at me, her eyes wide and lips glistening. My palms are dry and my knees tremble. Gulping it again, across the short distance between us in a half-step.
There you are!
God damn it, Mariah! Someone's about to die. Mariah's shrill voice cuts through the moment, rupturing my eardrums and patience. I pull away, and Marina has already turned around to face them. The trio appear like specters out of the darkness. Look, you absolutely girl dick blocking.
You left us behind.
Yes, and I do it again.
We tried to, at least.
You were the ones who dragged us out here. I at least expect you to stick around.
Proud into submission, Marina's shoulders fall.
Back off. I wanted to go see the sunset without you sighing about it.
Whatever. It was a waste of time either way. Come on, we're going back.
Mariah lopes off down the path at a brisk pace. Marina and Tessa are back to photographing anything and everything. The low light means the pictures won't show up. Joseph and I trail behind at the end of the party.
How was the sunset?
I will push you off into the canyon, too. Sighing, I pull ahead, and right now, even Joseph seems a little too much.
It was okay.
The campsite has cleared up a bit. A lot since we went out this morning. It's still pretty full, but at least it's not claustrophobic anymore. A few campfires illuminate people that are left behind, plus the smoke keeps bugs away. All five of us huddle outside my RV. The goodbyes are taking a while since Marino has to hug everyone at least twice. Then she says something to reignite the conversation, and the whole process starts over again. Finally, I grab the door handle to signal that we're about done. Marina automatically begins the final round of hugs.
So, what's next for you guys?
Maybe not.
Back to poring over the journal to see what we can find. Once we locate it, it's straight off to wherever.
Joseph heaves a heavy sigh.
No rest for the weary.
You don't get weary, Slacker. You get motivated.
Shut your terrible face.
Oh, you should put that on his shirt.
And then wear it.
Would you buy one?
Nobody would.
Then no.
All of us, even Mariah, laugh a little. Finally, Joseph puts his arm around Tess and starts to lead them
We'll
away.
get out of your hair for the night.
Staring down the path, they walk towards their motorhome.
Wait a sec.
They freeze. Marina looks at me, too curious.
Next piece is almost definitely at Arches. In you.
I hear Mariah gasp, though I don't see it. Joseph and Tess both look to Mariah, their profiles barely visible from the flickering campsite in the distance. Mariah nods stiffly.
Thanks.
It's probably the first time she's ever said that word. With a wave of her hand, she turns and they finally leave. Marina and I both wait until they vanish in sight. Then Marina squeals.
I'm so proud of you, Amber! And shocked! That was super nice of you.
Yeah.
Wasn't much. This one's pretty easy to figure out when you take the time. I'd probably save them half an hour at best.
Still, it's the thought that counts. Why'd you do it, though?
Someone's gotta take care of them after all.
I look away, pretending to scratch an itch on my
They're
cheek.
not that bad.
Well, Joseph and Tess aren't. The solemn loneliness of the open road extends far past my headlights and into the dark. A cool wind breezes through my cracked window and tosses out our hair as a jazzy experimental track cackles through the speakers. With each horn screech, Marina sinks further into her seat. She looks
Do
miserable.
you want me to turn down the music a little?
Oh, no, I'm fine. It's not bothering me.
She tries to disguise a glint of agony in her eyes by speaking in her usual peppy tone, but the pain still seeps through the cracks in her voice. A hollowness anchors down my chest. I don't try borrowing it. The last time someone told me everything was fine, I ended up losing them. Maybe I'm just paranoid, but I do not wish to risk it.
Seriously, are you okay?
No, really, I'm fine.
Don't lie to me.
My sharpness takes her off guard, and she shifts her gaze, but I don't care. This could be urgent. Sighing, she hangs her head.
Well,
Yeah?
I kinda need to...
Is she going to come out to me? Her voice trails off into a pit. Regret and shame color her face. It's as if she's brought great shame to her household or something equally dumb. My voice grows tense, urgent, my driving sloppy. Every pore of my clammy palms is stuck to the wheel. The hollowness, it comes back.
Marina, what is it?
I kinda need to... You know...
She needs to pee. Marina winces, her mouth stretching into a pallid grimace. She clutches at her stomach and groans. You're kidding. I slap my hand against her forehead. How many more times am I going to get myself worked up over something stupid?
What did I tell you about that burrito?
I know, but I was so hungry.
You never trust gas station burritos, Mare. That's one of the first rules of the road.
I didn't think it would end up like this. I didn't know.
It's a gas station burrito, dear heart. A flood is starting to form in her eyes. Whether it's because of pain or my scolding, I'm not sure. Hopefully it's both, and she takes this opportunity to learn something.
Well, you're gonna have to deal with it for now. The septic tank needs to be drained, and I can't do that until we get to Arches.
What?
Despair sets in, and the hopelessness of the situation dawns on her.
I'll stop if we pass a gas station or something, but that's not gonna be for a while.
Despair turns into desperation. Marina frantically looks for something to latch onto, anything to help reclaim her hope.
What about a rest stop?
You serious?
Sure, why not? I saw a sign for one down the road. Should be coming up pretty quick.
No.
What? And why not?
Because basically we'll run into somebody who will make lampshades from our skin. Our precious, precious skin.
Because you're better than that.
No, I'm not, I swear! Please, I really gotta go.
Rest stops aren't for people like us. They're for people like Mariah. Only the scum of the earth use them.
Hey, I use rest stops. I've slept in rest stops. I've slept in the back of my car. Granted, I've also then woken up to somebody staring at me and going, "You look cozy." And, you know, I've never grabbed the machete I keep in the back of my car faster. At least that's what Gramp used to say. I've never actually been to one, mostly because he refused to use them. But if people-loving hippie like Gramps referred to them as cesspools of villainy, where the seedy underbelly of humanity flocks, then I'm not sure I want to.
Amber.
Her voice deepens, straining as she enunciates every single word.
I don't care if it makes me scum. If we don't stop now, I'm going to explode.
Yeah, that's fair. I wave her off, but before I can counterattack, she dives an inch from my face.
Explode, Amber! We're going to that rest stop whether you like it or not. Do you hear me?
I gulp and reply with a shaky nod as Marina looks on with crazed eyes. I never knew she could be so scary. She backs off, and the usual pluck in her voice returns, flipping from sour to sweet in an instant.
Thank you.
Defeated and mildly disturbed, I chitter my eyes back and forth and wait for the exit. Who knows? Maybe it won't be so bad. Wouldn't be the first time Gramps over-exaggerated. I'm 90% sure he was wrong about the government introducing the plague to local cat populations. I pull over to an isolated exit ramp, which trails off to a dark lot. Grandpa sounds insane. He sounds absolutely insane, and I'm here for it. The lonely island is lit by a sharp light emanating from a shack on the edge of the lot. It brightens up the immediate area, and the surrounding terrain falls off into a dim glow. Despite the eerie darkness, we're not alone. A lone big rig with a half-assed parking job hooks over the lot. Must have been in a rush. Rolling my eyes, I squeeze into a parking space that isn't too far. I cut the ignition, and in the ensuing silence, scan the shadowed areas for anything unusual. As I watch, a silhouette emerges from the door, framed by light from within. Before I can warn her, Marina springs from the motorhome to run for the shack.
Hey, wait! It's not safe!
It's probably fine. Without pulling the key from the dash, I launch out the door after Marina. Why the hell do I always end up running? The figure towers in the entryway. Kicking up gravel, I screech to a standstill but right behind Marina. Marina keeps jogging in place, unable to distract herself. As my eyes adjust, his features materialize. He stares at us for an uncomfortable period of time. The bill of his unwashed baseball cap masking his eyebrows, making his stoic expression even harder to read, and he looks 14!
The woman's bathroom is closed.
He points to a paper taped on the wall to the door, the words out of order scribbled on a marker.
Checked.
Why did you check? His scratchy voice rings with a slight twang. Dried food stains splattered on his tank top. His flannel unable to conceal the right stench. I have to force myself to not look away.
I can't hold it anymore. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
Use the men's.
Relax. Just use the guy's bathroom.
What? Is that even legal?
Very legal.
Dunno. Probably. Just use it. I'll keep watch.
The man interjects, his eyes still fixated on us.
Don't worry. I wasn't too bad this time. It should be cleared out.
A disgusted groan slips out of me. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
Well, if you say so.
Without a second of hesitation, Marina races past the man and into the restroom. His voice echoes from within.
Whoa, is that a trough? I thought they were just a myth.
Oh yeah, the trough is fucking embarrassing as hell. I look at the man and shrug while awkwardly laughing off Marina's comment. Why is he still here?
So, is that your truck?
His serious expression morphs into a wide grin, showing off his sickly yellow teeth, each about as cracked and decaying as the walls. Wiping his nose with the back of his hand, he leans up against an old soda machine.
Why, yes, actually. Yes, it is.
He deepens his voice, letting the tone sway up and down. It's gonna be named like Alice or something like that. I can't tell if he's trying to be cool, seductive, charming, or just has a case of vertigo. Either way, I don't think it is quite the effect he's going for.
Well, actually, the trailer belongs to the company I work for. But the truck, that 0 to 60 miles an hour in 10 seconds, that's all me, sweetheart.
He looks me straight in the eyes, emphasizing sweetheart, and I struggle to keep down the bile climbing up my throat.
Oh, that's nice. It's very,
I try to think of a compliment, something that will take the conversation somewhere else. Anywhere but there.
It's very red.
I like red. It goes quickly. Red, things go faster. I'm an orc after all. Nailed it.
Red on the outside, sure. But I promise you, that interior is pure white.
And made of velour. He winks. If not for Marina, I would have driven off screaming into the night by now. I'm going to have to take a shower once we get to the arches.
In fact,
he isn't stopping? Why isn't he
maybe your
stopping?
little friend want to see why they call it mine.
Taser. Tasers. Taser's a good idea. He slams his elbow against the soda machine. Nothing happens. Cursing under his breath, he does it again with even more force. This time a can tumbles down, the momentum sending it rolling out, the cash across the asphalt.
Pickup truck?
Oh god, don't be this guy.
Marina, are you almost done?
Almost!
You were right about rest stops, Gramps. Why didn't I listen?
So how about it?
See, this is why I think women should all carry like knives or tasers or like clubs, because I'm a big guy. If a guy gets in my face, like I can afford to give him a couple warnings of like, hey, I'm gonna hurt you, and if all else fails, I can break him. I can break part of him. But like, if you're 80 to 115 pounds, it's not really a lot you can do. Like, small women should all have knives and be taught how to use them. Presented with the option to feign ignorance or bash his head against the wall, I chose to feign ignorance, but only by a smidge. For Marina's sake.
Golly, mister. We really appreciate the offer, but we already have a set of wheels.
Please let that work.
I understand.
Thank God. The trucker sighs and wipes the sweat from his brow.
I'm pretty busy as is. After I finish this run, I'ma find myself some treasure.
Oh no.
Treasure?
Yeah, you know, that gold that miner left lying around. It's all over the radio.
I may have heard a thing or two about it.
Great, another weirdo looking for the treasure. Just what we
It's
need.
on my route, so I figured why not.
Marina prances out of the restroom, restored to her old self.
Done. You two have a nice chat?
I look at Marina, then the trucker, then to his truck. Yet another desperate, despicable idea wiggles into my head, one that goes beyond picking on Mariah or leaving the tour.
We had a really nice talk.
Really?
He says it like even he has trouble believing it.
Sure did. In fact, I have to go check on something in the RV real quick. Why don't you take up where I left off and talk with good old...
What's your name?
The boys on the road call me Jumbo.
Is it an ironic name?
Jumbo? Like the elephant? Oh god.
To Marina's terror, he bears his greasy smile. She backs away and half shields herself behind me, her voice softening to a whimper.
I don't think I want to talk to this guy.
Yeah, that's your survival instinct finally kicking into your heart. I block my lips with my hand, lowering my voice to a whisper.
I know, but just try to keep him distracted. I won't be long.
I'll be right back, you two!
Playing up the act, I skip across the lock and back to the motorhome.
Wait! Amber!
I fight back the invisible tears. Your sacrifice is for the greater good, Marina! It won't be in vain. I'm selling you to a trucker. I swing open the RV's door and rush to the nearest drawer, rummaging through until I find what I need. Screwdriver. Perfect. Exiting the motorhome, I sneak over to the big rig, tiptoeing so I'm not spotted. The driver's side provides sufficient cover, hiding me from the trucker and Marina. I bend down and take a knee of the gravelly concrete. With the screwdriver in hand, I unscrew the tire's valve stem. Once it's off, I take the screwdriver and insert it into the hole. The air seeps out with a steady hiss as the tire withers. Jumbo and Rena's conversation carries across the lot. Even from here, I can almost feel the spit spray from his mouth as he tries chatting up Marina. with the exact same tactics he used on me.
There is one kink that their truck has, though.
Oh god, thank god it's kink about the truck. He pauses. I cringe, bracing for the upcoming
It has a
punchline.
lot of thrust to it when I use the brakes.
Marina manages to squeeze out a stifled laugh, though it sounds more like uncontrollable sobbing. Jumbo does the same, unleashing his crusty laugh upon the earth. It sounds like he might hack up an ashtray. Keep the screaming inside, Amper. Resist the urge to repeatedly run him over with the motorhome. I scurry from tire to tire, deflating them all with my until my mission has been accomplished. Sticking the loose caps in my back pocket, I emerge from the shadows and run back to Marina. Just in time
Marina's a
too.
pretty name. It sounds like it could bring flowing water and moisture to anywhere. Even a barren wasteland like this.
Please don't talk about my character's girlfriend like that. I really don't want you to imagine her soaking things.
You know, I have a similar talent.
Nope.
Alrighty, I'm back. Time to go, Marina.
I grab her shoulders and push her away from the trucker. My sole focus now is getting us out of here.
But we was having so much fun.
Get out of there and maybe get a gun. A cold chill shoots up my spine, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stick up. We walk
I'm
away
sorry,
faster.
Mr. Jumbo, but we're in a bit of a rush too. We appreciate the conversation, though. Ain't that right, Marina?
She swings her head back and forth, mouthing no over and over.
Well, maybe we'll meet down the road sometime. Then we could have even more fun.
Starts laughing again. Our feet move faster than ever before. His laughter echoes across the lot, bouncing off the nearby hills, growing louder until it becomes all I can hear.
Don't look back. Just run.
I'm trying, Amber!
I push her harder. Our feet finally pick up enough momentum and we scramble up before the motorhome, the cackling now sounding closer than ever. Marina reaches the RV first and leaps inside, immediately twisting to lock her door. I jump in next without bothering to clip in the seatbelt or even check the rear. The engine roars to life as I slam on the glass pedal, leaving a plume of exhaust behind as we screech onto the road. He's left one of his collection of young women probably in the back of our RV. When I'm sure we're safe, I let out the biggest sigh of my life. Gravity is lighter, the air conditioning is fresher, life is a gift. A hard force repeatedly hits my shoulder, shattering my zen-like appreciation of existence.
Stop leaving me with weirdos!
No! You are a weirdo, so therefore I leave you with your own kind. Marina swings one last punch. This one hits the hardest.
Sheesh, that hurt.
Good.
I might deserve it. Just a little, though.
Probably.
You think?
I rub my shoulder, trying to soothe the throbbing. She packs a surprising hard punch for such a tiny girl. I shall have to remember that later. Marina flings herself back into her seat and pouts.
Why did you even leave anyway?
To deflate his tires.
He said he was after the treasure, so I decided to conduct some secret ops.
Grinning, I dig into my back pocket and pull out the caps. Takes a few seconds for Marina to register what I've done. Once she does, she joins me with a goofy grin of her own. Hooray! We've ruined a potential small businessman's livelihood. I'm sure it won't make him late for his delivery and cost him thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars.
You're so sneaky, Amber.
Yes, I am. I toss the caps out the window and take a sip of my coffee. It's cold now, but drinking it has never felt more satisfying after I've committed vandalism and littering.
But, Amber?
Yes?
Can we never go to a rest stop again?
Sure. Rest stops aren't actually that bad. We ended up spending the night in a department store parking lot. There were plenty of rest stops, but those are off the table permanently. Like usual, I woke up pretty early and got us onto the road again. Even after waking up briefly, Marina passed out until we were already in Moab. Moab's a quintessential outdoorsy town. It's built alongside the Colorado River, winding through a canyon. Every other store sells rafting supplies, or hiking gear, or camping equipment. Even some of the houses are made to look like log cabins, and other rustic architecture. You can see tall, forested mountains from any part of the town. But it's not entirely out of the desert either. It's this time of morning when most people are on their way to work. There's a disgustingly large amount of traffic. It's obvious why. Shovels and pickaxes stick out of truck beds and crack windows like porcupine quills. At a glance, I'd say 3/4 of the people contributing to our glacial pace are prospectors, which means I don't have any room to complain. After watching the next light change 3 times, but still not reaching it myself, I sigh and pull into a nearby diner. At first, I was just planning to grab some coffee and a bagel and something for when Marina wakes up. But worth her trademark perfect timing, I hear her climb out of bed right as I turn off the RV.
We there? Is this Arch's?
Close enough. She stumbles up to the front, still looking mostly asleep. I don't know how she can still be tired. She must have gotten 10 hours. Yes, wear a shirt that has my name. Mark yourself as my property.
Close. We're in Moab. Arch's is still a few miles up the road.
Oh. Why'd we stop?
Because I hunger. I hunger for the tasty breakfast foods.
'Cause I'm hungry, and traffic's practically stalled. It could be lunchtime before we get there.
You were just gonna eat without me?
I was going to wake you up, maybe. Even though her grogginess, she sounds shocked and offended.
I was gonna grab you something to go, but I will eat without you if you don't get ready fast.
Meanie.
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah. Complain about me once you're dressed.
I can see the start of a smile as she turns back to get ready. I inspect my nails while I wait. A few minutes later, she hops up front like the Easter Bunny, chipper as ever.
It's like your energy is stored in your outfit or something. You get dressed and wake right up.
Have we washed any of these clothes in, like, the time we've been traveling? I am kind of concerned. Marina
I
puts
don't
on
know
airs.
what you mean. I'm always cheerful and alert.
Sure, dear heart, sure.
Uh-huh. Did you know that you snore?
Her pretenses dropped in a flash.
Do not!
You do.
I lead the way out of the RV.
Loud. Like an elephant seal.
Marina blusters about for a retort, while I just wait by the door, laughing. She makes a hump noise as she passes me. Crossing the parking lot, she still holds the door for me as we go into the diner. There's a seat yourself sign near the front, along with a stack of menus. I grab 2 off the top.
Do you need a kid's menu? With the crayons?
I'm just teasing her more, but her face lights up.
Oh, they have those? Yeah, give me one.
Mentally face-bombing, I also take the coloring sheet and a cup of crayons. We find a booth by the window, near the middle of the restaurant, between a family of 4 and a couple around our age. It might be the only empty spot in the whole place. With a look over the breakfast specials, Marina eagerly begins to color. She's got a dark green, 2 shades of red, a blue, and a yellow crayon. Of course, they're worn down to practically round on the bottoms, which makes it hard for her to stay inside the lines. When I shift my legs, I accidentally bump the table with my foot, causing her to make a large green streak across the personified eggs she was coloring.
Oops, sorry.
It's okay. What is it they say? There are no mistakes in art, just happy accidents?
And happy little trees! Make happy little trees, dear heart. Happy little trees.
Something like that. Why green?
Do you not see what I'm coloring here? Sam I Amber?
Green eggs and ham. I groan aloud at her awful joke. I'm saved from more than by the arrival of the same waitress who greeted us. Her white uniform is stained with jelly and ketchup and who knows what else.
Can I get you girls something to drink?
I'll have some chocolate milk, please.
Her already questionable maturity suffers another blow. With the crayons in her hand, I'm not sure it can stand to take any more
And
hits.
for you?
Just coffee. No cream or sugar.
But maybe a little bit of bourbon.
You got it.
Once she walks away, I nudge Marina with my foot.
Chocolate milk? Seriously? Are you 8?
Don't judge her. Chocolate milk is amazing. Mimicking my voice, Marina shakes her shoulders.
Black coffee? Seriously? Are you 40?
Hey now, I like the taste of coffee itself.
And I like the taste of milk itself. Just with chocolate.
Chocolate milk is actually one of the most perfect drinks if you are feeling kind of, if you've been observing yourself, because it's got protein, it's got calcium, and the sweetness of the chocolate kind of can wake up your taste buds, and can also, you know, chocolate has a lot of other really good qualities about it.
You're a dork.
But you love me.
A little bit, actually. She chimes back in a sing-song voice. I know what she means, but still causes a small lump to form in my throat. I swallow, trying to pretend that she didn't hit a little too close to home. I watch her while she goes back to coloring human breakfast hybrids. Her lips are pursed in concentration, and there's a little gleam of white as she bites the edge of one. Seems she's really focused. Surprisingly, she manages to stay inside the lines of the picture. Rather than trying to use the dull tips, she switched to the flat round ends, using the edge for more precision. It's kind of working. Without looking up, she starts to chat again.
So, where do we start looking today, Captain?
Oh, you finally acknowledge me as captain then, huh?
No, I'm just gonna call myself the Admiral.
I figured you deserve a turn. Just this once.
Thanks. I'll try not to let you down. Anyway, I have no idea.
You said you think it's by one of the arches, right?
Well, yeah, but that doesn't really narrow it down.
Pausing her coloring, she looks up at me.
It doesn't?
Nah. Have you ever seen any pictures of the park?
A couple, I guess. I don't know much about it, though.
You don't know much about many things,
Well,
dear heart.
they named the park after the arches since there were so many of them. Probably hundreds.
Seriously?
Yep.
Yeah, some are more famous than others. Let's see. There's Windstone Arch and Double Arch. Those are some of the more famous ones. You've probably seen pictures of those, even if you don't know it. But there are a ton of lesser-known ones, too. And for all we know, the treasure could be at one of them that doesn't even have a name.
So we're screwed.
Little bit.
Probably. But that doesn't mean we're giving up.
No, ma'am. Marina nods in satisfaction, either at my words or the slice of blue ham she just finished coloring.
I don't want to lose twice in a row, so I figure we'll go and look around and see if there are any clues. Maybe watch what other people are doing and thinking.
Marina nods along, but she has zoned out a look that tells me she's not really listening. Rather, she seems to be staring past me. I turn, trying to figure out what might be attracting her attention. There's nothing except for other groups eating. I make awkward eye contact with the old lady right beside us, and I quickly face forward.
Hello? Inspecting the walls?
My words seem to break the spell.
Huh?
You totally spaced out there.
Oops, yeah. Sorry, I just started thinking.
What about? Before I can ask her about what, our waitress returns. Our drinks are balanced on a tray alongside a few other guests. Marina's chocolate milk comes in an enormous tin cup the size of my forearm. There's an entire pot of coffee for me. She sets them down on the table between us.
You girls ready to order?
Oops, I haven't even looked through the menu once. I flipped through it really quick, sitting on a standard meal.
You good?
Marina
I'll
nods.
have the gentleman's breakfast with bacon, eggs over medium, and sourdough toast.
And for you?
I'll have the chocolate chip pancake platter with scrambled eggs.
You want the kids' meal or the regular?
I choke on my drink as I laugh, and feel Marina's foot crash against my leg. Whimpering at that and the dribble of coffee on my chin, I massaged my shin underneath the table. Marina frowns at me, and the waitress gives me a strange look. Then the typical angelic expression returns as Marina places her order.
The regular, please and thanks.
We'll have that out for you pretty soon.
Rad. Once again, she heads back to the kitchen, heels clicking against the tile floor. When she's out of sight, Marina begins a flurry of kicks to my shins. Though one of those aren't hard enough to hurt. Scurrying backwards in my seat, I draw my legs up close to her.
Rude! Rude, rude, rude!
Yes, but at least I'm cute.
Come on. You were asking for it with the food and the milk. The waitress asking that was just the icing on the cake. The pancake.
It's not my fault you sophisticated adults don't appreciate chocolate like I do.
Yeah, let her eat her chocolate.
You have a bigger sweet tooth than anyone I've ever met. Seriously, how many cavities have you had?
None. I brush my teeth twice a day, every day. The last time I went to the dentist, he said my teeth were so shiny he could see his reflection in them.
And when was that?
When she was 8? She thinks about it for a minute.
Maybe 3 years?
That doesn't count anymore then.
When was the last time you had chocolate milk?
Fair. Now I have to think about that. I don't drink a whole lot of milk to begin with. As for chocolate...
Maybe when I was a little kid.
She's being for real?
Amber, you poor thing.
She slides her giant cup towards me, some sloshing over the sides in her haste.
Try it.
Dredges of milk surround the rim of the cup from Marina sipping. Across from me, she waits, looking eager. I'm surprised she's not bouncing like normal. After sighing exaggeratedly, I pick up the cup and down a large gulp, trying to think silly cliché thoughts about an indirect kiss. Oh my. To my surprise, the drink is really quite lovely. It's got a deeper, rich flavor than the stuff you get on jugs at the store. I can tell they made it themselves in the kitchen. It's not overwhelmingly sweet. In fact, it's perfect. Damn, I don't know if I'm disappointed or not, giving her the satisfaction of being right. My pride aches. As I push the cup back towards Marina, she receives it with a sly smile. So? She draws out the word, already knowing my answer.
It wasn't bad.
That's all I'm willing to concede. She laughs and takes another huge sip. After setting the cup down, she's a thick milk mustache on her upper lip. I watch with inappropriate fascination as her tongue cleans out and cleans it away. Oh my. Marina grabs the sheet she was coloring and then pushes that over to me.
Wanna color something?
No, not at all.
Well, you're acting like a kid and all.
I roll my eyes, but snatch away the crayons that she offers. Most of the pictures, all of them breakfast foods with faces and dated outfits, have already been colored in. There's a stylish-looking piece of bread with a dress and a wig. That's still blank, though. I color the dress with the green crayon as lightly as I can, and then use a lighter shade of red for the hair. When I'm done, I hold up the page to
It's
Marina.
you.
Huh?
She leans in.
The colors. Look, you're toast.
She collapses backwards as if the pun physically wounded her. She shakes her head and looks down
That
like
was
cracker.
even worse than Sam I Amber.
Yes, it was.
Uh-huh. You better step up your game some.
Please, stop.
Never! You deserve this pun, Ishment. I don't plan to. The only thing that saves her is the arrival of our waitress again. That's pretty fast service, considering how busy this place is. Alarmingly fast. Keeping in style with our oversized beverages, the portions are enormous. The plate that Marina's pancakes are served on is so large it looks like it could be used as a shield back in medieval times. And the pancakes form a tower that's probably a half a foot tall. My own meal arrives on 4 separate plates, though they're all smaller than Marina's. We have to scramble up and move our drinks around just to make room. That's how they
Can I get you girls anything else?
Marina shakes her head, but I look down at the table as I mumble.
Can I get a glass of chocolate milk, please?
As the waitress departs yet again, I glance over, prepared for the inevitable teasing, but instead Marina just stares at her food dumbstruck.
Maybe I should have gotten the kid size.
Potentially. This is about the size of you. I finish about half my meal before the dismay sets in. There's no way I can possibly finish this. Most people I know couldn't eat this much food in one sitting. Every bite is a struggle. Marina's faring similarly. Her plate of eggs is nearly untouched, which is because there's so much pancake to work with, though. And I can tell that the pancake fatigue, that feeling when you get halfway through them and realize you're sick of pancakes, has long since set in. She cuts off a bite, looks at it for a while, then sets her fork down.
I think I'm done.
Yeah, you and me both.
The largest plate I have consists of a mess of potatoes, cheese, bacon, with the eggs laid over it. Then, of course, there was the toast, fruit, and sausage, which each got their own smaller plates. I'd have ordered from the kids' menu too if I'd known that this was how it would be.
I don't think I'll ever want pancakes again.
Pancake. For once, I don't have any snarky remarks. Anyone will be sick of them after what she just went through.
We'll get some boxes to go. At least we'll have food for a week now if we ever get stranded.
Ooh-ha-ha. After our waitress brings our bill in styrofoam containers, we head back out to the RV. It looks like the traffic hasn't gotten much better in the 45 minutes that we've been out of it. So yeah, that's basically Southwest Diners. They will drown you in food. They will legit drown you in food. There was a place that my dad and I went to when we were traveling through Albuquerque. Basically the burger they brought me was the size of my goddamn torso. I swear to God, it was horrifying. Cars are still pressed bumper to bumper. The sidewalks are all full, with swarms of pedestrians making better time than the traffic. I wonder if it's always this busy, or if people have just decided not to drive. Once we're ready to go, I take us over to the edge of the parking lot as expected. The constant stream of cars make it impossible for us to get out. I watch impatiently for opening the traffic, but can't see one for miles, because there's a long line of cars trying to get through. This long line of cars is all because of me.
Oh, come on!
I press my forehead to the steering wheel. We've been sitting here for minutes now.
Is there another exit we could use? Onto a different street?
I look and check the mirrors, but don't see anything. The edges of the diner's property are surrounded by a cream-colored fence. Marina begins to sigh, but that quickly turns into a sound of surprise.
Amber, look!
She points past my face and out the window. An older lady in a little hatchback sedan has stopped to let us out. The two of us wave at her as we finally lumber onto the road itself.
I'm glad somebody was nice at least.
Yeah, still a long way to go, though.
The long line of cars extends as far as I can see, before it finally goes out of sight behind another bend in the road.
Why do you think it's so much busier here than the other places we've been?
It's the last option.
Arches is one of the most popular national parks. Like, when you think of parks in the US, you think of Arches and the Grand Canyon and Yosemite, that kind of thing.
Fair enough.
So I think a lot of people will be at those big spots.
Think it'll be like Shiprock again?
Probably.
What, with the megaphone and law enforcement?
Probably.
Maybe. Probably not. These parks are a lot bigger and more spread out. Way harder to have people watching. The only option would to be straight up closed.
That's honestly what I would do.
And then you have horrible people who sneak in and out of bounds anyway.
You know, like us.
Yeah, exactly. Who would ever do that?
Us.
Nobody we know, that's for sure.
Oh, not at all.
It's okay. Once we're filthy rich, we can make a donation to the canyon or something.
Let's just buy the canyon and pay to have everything reconstructed.
Fair enough.
Perfect.
Takes a while, but we finally make it past all of the stoplights. After that, it's still slow going, but at least it's steady. Maybe 15 minutes pass scrolling through town before things start to pick up. Still a couple miles away, I can finally see the exit for the park itself. Some people continue past, staying on the highway. Most are in line for Arches. At least that's a whole lane for people like us. Traffic is congested like my nose in winter, but the end is in sight.
May as well get comfy. We're gonna be here a while.
We are indeed. Taking my advice, Marina leans back and props her foot up on the dash. Her dress bunches up by her knees, leaving most of her legs exposed. Oh my! I sneak a few guilty glances from the corner of my eye. If I didn't know better, I'd think that all that skin she shows was intentional. But it's Marina, which means she's not even conscious about this stuff. I mean, look at that grin she's giving you, Amber. Dude, seriously? Or me, for that matter. I wonder if she knows that I'm into her. To distract myself, I grab the box of tapes. I kept the music off earlier so that Marina could sleep.
Wanna pick this time?
Sure.
Setting it into her lap, she begins to rummage through the bin. I'm pretty sure that she knows all the music I have by now. We've listened to every tape at least once, and I have an okay feel for what she likes and what she doesn't. Sometimes she taps her fingers to the beat or hums along when she likes what she's listening to. If she doesn't, she flat out ignores it. The one she settles on is an album of instrumental folk songs, very stereotypical, wisdom sounding. It's a little high energy for just sitting still in traffic, but that's alright. It's better than nothing. We just listen to the music, which I have cranked up loud while we wait. The album is nearly half over by the time we finally make it through the park gates. Beyond them, traffic mercifully lets up some, not because there are fewer cars. There are more cars and rocks to be seen. but as a lot of those are pulled off the shoulder or clumped into parking lots. Nearly every inch of pavement that doesn't have a car on it has a person instead. Also, there are different trails and forks in the road, so not everyone is going in the same direction now. Being able to drive without having to tap the brakes every couple of seconds is a relief. A pickup truck towing a trailer pulls off the shoulder ahead and backs onto the road, so we take a spot. Putting it in park, I take a swig of stone cold coffee.
Want to grab the pamphlets?
We snagged a couple of brochures back at the diner. They didn't have a whole lot of info, but they're a starting point. Marina retrieves them and spreads them out onto the table like puzzle pieces. Alongside them is a journal. Its spine has lost all strength and the pages just flop around.
So, the journal says that it's buried between two things.
Right, but something out of the way.
Putting out the windshield into the expanses beyond, there's a lot that could be considered out of the way.
It'd have to be something memorable, or else he'd come back and have no idea where to go.
And anything memorable is probably gonna be something popular, right?
Darn right.
Exactly, yeah.
She flips through to some of the pamphlets. They all have the same information on some landmarks, just with slightly different pictures.
Wait.
She was about to toss them one of them, but it
Hand
catches
me
my
that.
eye. Marina passes over the brochure, and I turn to one of the inner pages. There's one picture and a longer paragraph of text.
One of the
Read it
most
out.
famous landmarks in all of the park, Double Arch is a fan favorite, recognizable for its two elegant curves. Double Arch can be accessed via a short hike and is open to exploration.
I hold up the flyer so she can see the picture. It's of two huge arches of stone, connected at one side but otherwise perpendicular from each other. She snatches it out of my hand for a closer look, nearly cutting my
Oh
fingers.
my god, you think it's between the two of these?
Yes.
That makes sense, right? You definitely remember how it looks, and it's kind of out of the way.
The papers whiz past my face as Marina hurls them backwards, and she points forward.
Toot-toot, full steam ahead!
Damn right. I throw the RV back in a drive and pull out onto the road again. There are signs everywhere for Double Arch, so we don't need the map that we got at the gate. We pass signs for other landmarks too, some with pretty wild names. There's Parade of Elephants, for one thing, which is in the same direction as Ham Rock. There's even a phallic-sounding rock simply called the Organ. Oh my. All of those are down exits we don't take. Instead, we soon up in the back of yet another traffic jam. Marina starts out the window as we crab along. But where we is right now is nearly indistinguishable from the highways we spent so much time on. There are few actual arches around, but none distinct enough to get any real attention. Inch by inch, we advance down the road until we finally come to a parking lot for Double Arch. Only problem is it's totally full. Not just busy, but packed. Every parking spot is taken, with few cars jammed into empty space. It's clearly not meant for that. Like lice, people swarm up and down the arch itself, visible even from the road. At least this time it isn't off
Looks
limits.
like everyone else had the same idea.
Don't sound so glum. We can still go take a look.
If we can ever find somewhere to park.
Yeah, that is a pretty big if.
The entire caravan passes by the parking lot. There's at least a dozen cars behind me too. Maybe a half mile up the road we come across another lot.
Up for a bit of walking?
Yeah.
I quickly take one of the remaining spaces. There are a few openings here. Looks like most people weren't as willing to walk as Marina is. Some of the cars behind us pull in too. We have to leave the metal detector and other equipment in the RV for now. If we see something that looks promising, we can go back and grab it. The walk up to Double Arch doesn't take too long, and it's nice to be outdoors again. We have to stick to the very edge of the road to avoid the stream of cars flowing towards us. Seems there were more than a dozen behind us after all. There's a short hike from the Double Arch parking lot to the arch itself. It's an easy one, and we don't even break a sweat. Dun to dun. Up close it's obvious there aren't as many people here, just to see the sights. Almost everyone is carrying a shovel or other tool. There's another pair of park rangers watching, but they don't seem to be intervening at all. They just slouch against a wooden fence, looking defeated.
Can you imagine how big of celebrities we'd be if anyone here knew we found the shipwrecked treasure?
I whisper as quietly as I can to Marina.
Right? I was thinking about that earlier. I kinda wanted to show off, but that's probably not a good idea.
Probably.
Like anyone would believe us anyway. But you don't want to have your face all over the New York Times as one of the girls who found the treasure?
Being in the local newspaper is on my bucket list.
Dream big, Marina.
And my friends
Dream
from
big.
school would totally have a heart attack when they found out.
All three of them, because Carlsbad doesn't exactly have a whole heck of a lot of people. Especially considering it's one of the, although it is one of the nicer nuclear waste dumps in the country.
But don't they always say to keep it a secret if you win the lottery?
Fair.
Yeah. Otherwise, people will never leave you alone. You'll get all sorts of messages from people you used to know or long-lost relatives.
I have enough not lost relatives to deal with.
8 siblings. I'm not surprised.
Plus, I don't want to get kidnapped and held for ransom or something like that.
Don't worry, we can roleplay that later. I mean, what am I talking about?
What about you?
No way. I'm just gonna quietly retreat into one of my 3 mansions when all this is over.
Oh, you're only gonna buy 3?
Yeah, gotta save the rest for my 14 new motorhomes after all.
She giggles.
Do I get to drive one of them?
Why not? But you could buy your own, you know.
No way! I'll just come bother you if I need one.
We've gotten as close to the arches as we can. The mob of sweaty people is too thick for us to push our way through. There are dozens of people sweeping over the dusty ground with metal detectors. Hanging back around the edges, Marina's smile fades away quickly.
Yeah, this is a bit of a mess.
People jostle and push each other out of the way. It's hard to believe anyone is actually prospecting so much as they are just trying not to lose their spot.
Maybe we should come back later?
I don't know if it'll be any better later, but maybe.
I guess. Though if the treasure is here, I feel like someone would have found it by now.
Probably. Just like back at Canyon de Chile.
You know, this must have been going on for a few days now.
Probably.
Yeah.
Which means that we're probably wrong about the location. All the enthusiasm she had just a minute ago, when we were joking around, has evaporated in the desert sun. Rock skips past my foot as she kicks at the dirt. I poke her and she ups in surprise.
Hey now, I'm not saying we give up. I'm just saying we regroup and strategize. We can go see the rest of the park in the meantime. Didn't you say you've wanted to see this place for a while?
Yeah, I guess.
It's obvious that she's still bummed, but there's nothing I can do about that. Once we're back in the motorhome, we leave the busy main road ASAP and spend a while seeing the sights from our air-conditioned comfort. Marina's mood improves steadily throughout the day, counteracted only by growing hunger. As we pull into Moab, we're both ravenous.
Wanna just heat up our leftovers? Guessing that's a no.
I'm not ready for pancakes again yet. I need a day or maybe a week.
Swap your leftovers.
Let me know if you see somewhere you want me to stop.
Now that it's approaching evening, there aren't any massive traffic jams going through Moab. We can cruise through at a steady pace, just like when we first got into Arches. Put a thumb on the brakes.
You're kidding me.
Marina had been slouching, but bolts upright at the sudden stop.
What happened?
Just a few feet ahead, in the parking lot of the diner we were at this morning, is Mariah's motorhome.
Look at that. It's them.
I point and Marina leans forward. When she recognizes their RV, she
Should
grins.
we go see them?
No!
What? No way! That's extra reason to avoid that place.
But Amber, maybe we could see about teaming up for the treasure here or something.
I mean, splitting it 5 ways probably isn't a good plan.
That'd never happen. Mariah would rather lose every time than have our help.
Darn right.
Besides, it's not like...
Please.
Already giving up in my head, I give Marina one desperate look.
Seriously?
Yeah, even if we don't team up, it'd be nice to see them again.
Not sure if nice is the word I'd use.
Despite my muttering, I flick on my blinker and change lanes, pulling into the parking lot yet again. Like this morning, it seems pretty busy. I have to park next to Mariah's RV because it's the only spot large enough. Marina skips out towards the entrance while I trudge behind her. Doesn't take long to find the trio. Even amongst all the eccentric people that the hunt has drawn, their questionable fashion sense stands out. They have a large table in the back, bigger than the one Marina and I ate this morning. Joseph and Tess share a bench, while Mariah is spread across the opposite side. It's probably supposed to look sultry, but it comes across more like the bench is devouring her. When she sees them, Marina scurries to the back, hand raised in greeting. I bring up the rear, still slow. Tess and Joseph both wave, later smiling when he sees us. Mariah looks confused for a second, but then scowls and turns toward the wall. The feeling is mutual.
Hey, imagine running into you two here. Just get into town?
Nope, we've been here all day. We actually ate breakfast at this place this morning.
Yeah, you're always a couple steps behind us, I guess.
Mariah's glare is stonier than Double Arch itself, but of course she keeps looking at the wall instead of us. Joseph laughs though.
Here, let's break bread.
He and Tess scoot down the booth, making some room which Marina promptly fills. I'm left next to the smoldering fury that is Mariah. She moves her leg just a little, but enough for me to sit down.
Sorry to barge in on you guys like this.
It's no problem. More the merrier.
I hope you don't expect us to cover your bill.
Grinning, Joe puts his hand over Tessa's ears.
Would you at least try not to be a pain in the ass between the hours of 5 p.m. and 6 in the morning? It would make my life a...
He uncovers Tessa's ears and gives a blank look.
She's right, though. There's no way we can afford that.
We had to dine and dash for breakfast.
Oh, no.
So what about you? How long have you been here?
How much... Don't you still have some of that money you got from stripping poor Marina's car and selling her phone and all of her possessions?
We got in around lunchtime. Spent forever and a half stuck in traffic, though.
He sounds worn out. I wonder if Mariah ever lets him drive, or makes him.
Us too. We were gonna look around Double Arch, but it was too busy.
Yeah, we took one look at it and just kept driving. Didn't even want to try it.
Good plan.
Sis said anyone who bothered to get out was a
You weren't supposed to hear that!
I told you, this girl hears everything. Anyway, we were thinking about heading back this evening. See if it maybe cleared out some.
We were gonna do that too. I was telling Amber that we should see if maybe you guys wanted to team up and we could look together.
Hell no!
The two of us look at each other. Seems all that we ever agree on is not sticking together.
No offense to you, Joe. Just didn't want to, you know.
I trail off, trying to think of an excuse that isn't ditch. Didn't want to deal with Mariah, which is the truth. But Joseph just laughs and waves it off.
Nah, I get what you mean. Don't think Mariah would be too fond of splitting the goods either.
Marina frowns, but perks up after just a second. Soon a waitress comes to take her order. Marina and I are careful to order meals on the smaller side, just sandwiches with fries. On the other, Mariah's order comes with a bunch of requirements to what can and cannot be on it. By the time she's made so many substitutions and extras, it hardly resembles the item described in the menu.
So, I can tell you ladies that it's not at the Parade of Elephants, and Delicate Arch was a no-go too. Think we might try Skyline next.
Good luck, I guess. I wonder how many of those the miner would have known about, though. Pretty sure this park wasn't founded till after the gold rush.
Joseph shrugs.
Amber knows a lot about these places. She's like an encyclopedia.
I feel my face flush like always when she praises me.
Not really. I just know bits and pieces.
Call me a good girl and call me clever.
Still something to be proud of. Aren't too many girls your age who care about anything that happened more than 5 years ago.
Don't be an ass, Joseph.
It's really nothing special. I just spent a lot of time on the road when I was younger.
That's so.
I appreciate his leaving it as an open-ended question, rather than prying. Marina looks at me, eyes wide, probably to see if I'm about to cry or something. I try to be nonchalant.
Yeah, until I was in middle school. My grandpa used to drive me all over the country.
Sounds like a fun time.
It was. He
Guess there's no point in hiding it. Plus, Joseph has this disarming air to him. Like he exudes calmness.
Passed away a little while ago. Still.
I tap my throat, hoping that gets the point across. It does. Joseph nods.
I'm sorry for your loss. I know how hard that can be.
Thanks.
Marina's eyes flip between me and Joseph. She must be pretty worried, so I force a smile, even though I can feel that growing glumness that shows up any time I talk about grants.
Meeting this dork has helped a lot, though.
I jerk my shin towards Marina, who looks shocked, as if I could be talking about anyone else.
It's been a while moping around before that.
Family is good.
Family is good, little goblin creature. I blink. It's so easy to forget she's there.
Yeah, definitely.
I hadn't really thought of it before, but Tess seems to be in a similar situation I was, growing up on the go and all. I'm curious how it happened, but I won't ask. Not my place. A far-off look seeps onto Joe's face. He stares out the window, like he's gazing at something 100 yards away. Mariah glances up at him. For a split second, if that, she even looks a little concerned. But then it's right back to business as usual. She leers over at me and shoves herself back into the conversation.
So what are you going to do?
Probably kind of float around this one for a little while until we fail to find the treasure, and then she's going to cry, and then I'm going to hug her, then I'm going to confess, and she's going to tell me she's straight, and then I'm going to go drown my sorrows in about 2 shots of whiskey, less than it takes to kill me. You know, I call it the Saturday Night Special.
Huh?
When all this is over?
She gestures around.
Dinner?
No, dumbass! I meant the treasure hunt! Forget it. I don't actually care.
Don't know yet. Mare and I have been kind of talking about that.
She's gonna buy 3 mansions.
Yeah, that. I'll have plenty of time to figure stuff out in my mansions.
3 of us chuckle, but then the conversation trails off. Tess and Marina are working on coloring Tess's menu. From what I can see, it has different characters than the one this morning. They look like they make a good team. Each one of them work on separate pictures, but switch from time to time. So Marina will color the hair on one character, then Tess colors the clothes. Despite not talking at all, they don't ever get in each other's way. Joseph also observes from above, smiling slightly. He's usually the one to play with Tess, so it must be nice for her to have some company. On the other hand, like a jug of milk, Mariah's mood seems to be getting more and more sour. I don't even know what she's mad about this time. Maybe something happened before we showed up. Or maybe it's because we showed up. Or maybe it's because we're interrupting her and Joseph time. Either way, she has to have memorized every single detail of the wall she's been staring at for this entire time. She doesn't look up until our food arrives a little bit later. It's a good thing we have a large table, because there's hardly any room for all the plates are set down. My sandwich is so big, it takes 2 hands to hold, and I have enough fries to sustain Ireland for the winter! Marina picks up her sandwich, all the ingredients pour out the back. She quickly gives up trying to reconstruct it, and uses a knife and fork instead. Watching the other 3 eat is amusing too. Joseph chews with a slow, measured bites, while Mariah attacks her reel like she owes her money. The money she doesn't have for this meal. Across from her, Tess is cutting up chicken tenders with surgical precision. Marina catches me staring and smiles at me covertly. Seems she noticed too. Mariah's the first to finish eating. I'm just a couple bites behind. It's embarrassing. She wipes her face with a napkin, then finally looks at me.
Where are you 2 staying?
In the RV. Could be an innocent question. Could be a trap.
Around. We'll find a parking lot somewhere.
You thieves are gonna have a late start then.
I guess. Don't tell me you planned ahead and got a campsite.
Don't be stupid! Of course not!
What are you
That's
planning?
not what I meant!
I scoff as she backtracks to keep from insulting herself.
What I mean is, there's no way they're gonna bother checking every single permit. There's too much going on right now. Just pick a nice spot out of the way, don't make trouble, and it'll be fine.
Joe flatly stares at Mariah.
Easier said than done.
Good luck with that. I don't want to take the risk.
No, honestly, if I was a park ranger in this situation, I'd be checking every permit. I would honestly be checking every single permit because it gives me a gold mine opportunity to 1, kick people out of the park. Get them the fuck out of there. Clear up space, make my life a little bit more normal. 2, it'd be a great fundraising opportunity to basically give out a bunch of tickets. On foot, if you're trespassing a cop, most of the time we'll get thrown out. But I don't want our license plate getting written down or something if we were to do what she suggests. Mariah shrugs.
Suit yourself. Don't say I didn't never try to help you.
You just tried to get us to commit a crime.
Didn't ever.
You ever camp here before, Amber? Sounded like you know the place.
Long time ago. I don't remember a whole lot. Just good at remembering names, I guess.
Useful skill to have.
Yeah. Used to be before we'd go anywhere. Gramps and I would research the place we were going. History and stuff like that.
You sure learned a lot of useful stuff from him, huh?
Damn right.
Yep. Always wanted to make him proud. He used to say I was a real chip off the...
He once also taught me how to kill a bird with just using profanity. My words catch in my throat, not because I'm emotional, but because I realize something. Remembered it, rather. Mariah and Joe know it too. Mine and Mariah's eyes lock. She bolts up at my words.
We're
The other two
leaving.
look at us. Yaw. Mariah sprints out the door without paying, and I nearly yanked Marina's arm out of its socket. As we're at the exit, other diners tries to watch us, but I barely notice them.
Amber, what the heck?
Her voice is shaky from being
I
jolted
know
around.
where the treasure is.
I yell behind me as I turn to look and see the trio exit the restaurant close behind us. Joe's carrying
I
Tess
know
on his
where
back.
it is.
I say it again to reassure myself. We reach the motorhome seconds after Mariah and her crew reaches theirs. I practically hurl Marina up and into her spot before I leap into my own. Not even bothering to buckle up, I hurry towards the road. Less than a minute, and we're already falling behind. Mariah's tail lights. She speeds up the road. Horn blaring to scare away the cars, unfortunate enough to be in her lane. I'm going as fast as I dare to, worried about the cops that could be lurking around one of the bends on the road, which, quite honestly, if I was a cop, I'd be doing. But I can't let her out of my sights. There's no room to pass yet, but I have to watch for an opportunity. With one hand, Marina clutches the headrest bar of her seat. Then she leans over to pass my face, nearly causing me to swerve from the shock.
What are you...
She grabs a seatbelt and buckles me in. Then she does the same for herself.
Now that we're at least not gonna die if you hit something.
We'll just be... Oh, come now. With medical technology, we wouldn't die. We'd just be horribly, horribly crippled for life.
Can you tell me what exactly is happening?
She sounds a little frantic and a little
Okay,
curious.
so do you remember Balanced Rock?
No. It wasn't one of the places that we visited earlier today. It's one of the spots that's on posters on lots of the ads.
I think so. Or at least hearing about it.
There used to be another really famous rock right next to it. Smaller, but a similar shape and everything. They called it Chip Off the Old Block.
What do you mean, used to be?
I was getting to that. A long time ago, like 50 years or something, it fell. Now you can't even tell it apart from the rest of the rocks on the ground.
50 years. So that was...
Her eyes go wide in understanding. A fact which I look away from Mariah's
So it
word
was
to take
still
in.
standing when the miner came through.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I'll bet you anything he hid the treasure between Balanced Rock and what used to be Chip.
I look over again to smile at her, only to see genuine admiration and awe on her face. Her eyes are wider, and her mouth slightly open. Like always, I can't even look at her for too long, or it starts to make me uncomfortable. Nothing I've said or done is that impressive. Even Mariah knew about Chip. Instead of singing my praises again, she just faces ahead with a little smile. Then her face crumples up.
I see it.
A semi has begun pulling out on the road ahead of us. There's no passing lane, so I can't get around him
Damn
that
it.
way. Tap the brakes since I have to stop and wait. Ahead I can still see Mariah, just barely. A few of the cars between us have exited, but her lead has grown. And so I make a quick,
Hold on to
reckless decision.
something.
What are you?
I'm going to nearly kill us. I don't wait for her to finish her question, since she grabs onto her seat and just asks it. To answer, I yank the wheel to the left and onto the other lane, even though it's a no-pass zone. Headlights far ahead are speeding toward us, maybe a quarter-mile away. Getting closer. Concrete barrier prevents me from going any further to the left. I smash the gas pedal to the floor, pulling on my weight onto it. Marina begins to moan with dread at the oncoming car. It's a wordless sound, or maybe the start of my name. My heart is in my throat, and I can feel beads of sweat on my forehead. One slides down the eye, but I can't wipe it away. We're even with a semi now, who seems to be stopping. Probably noticed me, is waiting for me to complete my illegal pass. The car ahead of us is close enough that I can see it in our headlight beams. It's a maroon SUV. They're braking as they approach. But I'm still accelerating, going so fast that I couldn't stop in time even if I wanted to. Like a missile, we shoot forward. I'm at least double the speed limit right now. We come within the front of the semi, which is hardly rolling. The SUV has come to a complete stop. There's barely any room between it and the semi now. And then suddenly we'll pass a cab. We'll have wrenched the wheel to the right, hard right, throwing us back into our own lane. We zoom past the stopped SUV, who gives me a well-deserved horn blaring. The bassy sound of the semi's horn also booms behind us. But it doesn't matter, because we're okay. We didn't die! I need to breathe hits me. I realize I've been holding it in. I sigh, adrenaline still coursing through me.
Oh my god! Amber!
Hey, don't worry, you're not dead. Her voice cracks and she starts to laugh hysterically. I do too, laughing away the anxiety of the last half minute. Feels like much longer. It's not entirely over yet.
Don't get too comfy.
Her hands shoot back to where she was hanging on. Just ahead, Mariah still has the lead, but it's shrinking quickly. I wonder if she saw how I caught up. Jamming the gas pedal down again, I started to narrow the distance even more. She takes the exit for arches a few seconds ahead of me. We blaze through the entry point, flashing our passes at rangers who barely have time to check them. Even in the darkness, there are lots of people on the side of the road. I wonder if anyone else has had the same realization we did about Chip. Mariah's starting to gain ground again, so I mash the accelerator farther down. But her motorhome is newer than mine, and it's hard for me to keep up. If I'm going to beat her there, I'll have to beat her soon. I check to make sure that Marina's still holding tight. She is. Just a few feet behind Mariah's RV. I illegally swing into the other lane yet again. It's even more risky because of the way the raid coves are all around the canyon. An oncoming car could round a bend and completely blindside us. Hope that doesn't happen. By pushing the RV to its absolute limits, I'm able to break even with Mariah. Looking over, I can see a wild flare in her eyes. Hair disheveled. Her expression changes to one of shock when she notices me beside her. I relish in the look of disbelief as I nudge the wheels to the right. There's a god-awful scraping as the motorhome brushes against Mariah's. Her eyes as well as Marina's widen. Seconds after we pull apart, Mariah's vehicle lurches towards us, and again there's a sound that makes me want to rip my ears off. I fight to control the motorhome and stay on the road. Awestruck bystanders watch as we pass by, but I hardly register them. Still neck and neck, we continue towards Balanced Rock. Though through insane luck or divine intervention, or something, the road ahead is clear. I won't try to shove them off the road again, because there are now steep drop-offs that could actually be fatal. I'd have to do something to gain an edge. Just arriving seconds before her isn't enough. A sign, visible for a split second, informs us there are 5 miles to Balanced Rock. What might have been an error for an exit has been scuffed to illegibility. Maybe that's our chance. Up ahead, barely illuminated by a flickering lamp, the road splits into 2 directions. A sign in the middle is smashed and folded in on itself, probably the result of someone's reckless driving. Mine! One of these paths leads towards Balanced Rock, but I don't know which. I'm willing to bet Mariah doesn't know either, though. For Marina's window, I can see Mariah shoot me one final death glare before they rocket off down the exit. We stay on the other branch, though. I'm back in the proper lane now. Just gotta hope it's the right branch. I start to climb down yet again. I realize my legs are shaking. Marina cranes around to watch Mariah's vehicle, which is quickly disappearing into the murk. Once it's finally out of sight, she turns back to me, her face as white as her knuckles.
You okay?
No! Guilt stabs at me. I may have seriously traumatized her with 2 incidents within minutes of each other. After taking a deep breath, she unclenches her fists.
Can we never, ever do that again?
Yeah, we just broke all the laws.
That was insane. Super insane. Like, oh my god. I thought I was gonna die.
Kinda almost did. You kinda almost did. Like, we have done some really bad things here. We have done some really stupid things here. I'm actually kind of surprised we got out of there and lived.
Wait. Did we die?
Probably. This is probably hell. We're probably in hell. We are in Arizona, after all.
Am I just imagining this now?
I don't think you could imagine stuff if you were dead, kid.
That's the kind of thing a dead person would say.
I mean, fair enough.
Like in that one movie, where it was all about that guy who could talk to dead people, except...
Yeah, that was Bruce Willis, back before Bruce Willis became, like, an awful shell of himself and got, like, aggressively exploited to make terrible, terrible movies, which people could make, like, insane profits on.
Fine. I'm 90% sure we're not dead then.
Only 90.
Okay. 90%. That's not bad. And being a ghost might be kind of cool, too. You could spy on people without them ever knowing.
To quote one of the greatest artists of our time, "Boo, I'm a ghost. Now I'm gonna haunt the fuck out of you."
I'll keep that in mind if there's ever someone I want to haunt.
Our voices are shaky, even though our conversation isn't serious. I keep checking the rear view, expecting to see headlights of Mariah's approaching vengeance, but so far we're in the clear. Each passing minute that we don't see the rock itself, though, makes me worry that we took the wrong turn. Right on the verge of turning around and tailing Mariah, another sign suddenly looms up ahead of us. We've reached Balanced Rock. I slow down as we approach the parking area. While not empty, there are far fewer people here than there were at Double Arch earlier today. A good number of them look like they might be just sightseers, since they're standing around talking or looking at the stars instead of searching. Parking is easy, since there are a lot of open spaces. When I stand up, my legs wobble. I stumble, grabbing Marina's shoulders for support. She smiles at me, but she doesn't say anything. No more jokes to crack. It's time to get serious. We grab our equipment and hurry out into the night air. Solid ground feels foreign after the rocketing motorhome. This must be what it feels like to return from the voyage at sea. Marina, the landlubber, doesn't seem to be having any trouble now that we're not barreling along the highway. The spring in her step has returned, and I worry that she's going to bang the metal detector against the ground as she half walks, half skips. Some of the other people watch us go, but no one follows or says anything. They probably assume we're just in the next line, just next in the next line of failures. A line which may be pretty long, given how much trash and misplaced earth there is around here. Pangs of guilt reminded me yet again of the broken brick at Canyon de Chel, and I make my umpteenth resolution to be more careful. Just up ahead, Marina has come to a stop, head tilted back. I can tell she's admiring Balanced Rock. It's certainly an impressive view. Someday I'd like to hear her, take her back to all these places we've gone, without the pressure of the treasure hunt rushing us. Just taking in the sights. I slow my steps a little, so I can keep watching her from behind. Maybe sensing me, she spins around and waves.
Hurry up!
Yelling, even though I'm close enough to hear her normal volume level. As you could pick up the pace once more.
So where was Chip?
Over there, to the right.
There's a large stone wall besides Balanced Rock itself, with a short slope between them. I really hope Chip has not fallen on where the treasure was buried.
It was right at the edge of that little hill.
So where that pile of rocks is now?
Yep, that's the spot.
We can tell they were used there. We can't tell. Can't tell that there used to be anything here. But I've seen pictures in the atlases Gramps kept around, or in the history books he likes to read. Compared to Balanced Rock, Chip off the old block looked tiny, but was actually a decent size. There's a pile of stones at its base that are probably Chip's remains. They're indistinguishable from the rest of the red rocks, though. Some are as big as my head, or even bigger. It's hard to tell if anyone else has picked through here, but since there aren't any shuffle marks or holes...
Where do we start?
I think for a moment.
First, let's get the easy stuff out of the way. You go check that side with the metal detector, and I'll check this one.
We sweep over the ground between the hill where Chip once stood and the massive stone wall beside it. Nothing.
Okay, that's pretty much what I expected.
I lean my metal detector against the wall and go back to the pile of rocks.
Just check over the places that I uncover, okay?
Marina nods, holding her detector at the ready. She reminds me of a surgeon about to perform an operation. I roll aside some of the rocks with my feet, but most are so big that I have to stoop down and use my hands. There are more of them than I thought, and I'm soon sweaty and sore. And not in the fun way.
Do you want any help?
Nah.
I want help getting sweaty and sore, but not at this. I'm
Just
panting.
keep scanning.
She does so dutifully, retracing my steps. Still, nothing. After a couple of minutes, I stand up and take a swig from my water bottle. I'm glad I remembered to bring them at this time. Marina sets down her metal detector to do the same.
Do you think Tess and them are okay?
Oh, probably not. We've killed them.
Why wouldn't they be?
Don't you think Mariah's gonna flip out when she realizes she took the wrong turn?
Probably.
Probably. That's her fault, though.
Not like you would have let her go down this side of the road.
Hey, I did what I had to do.
Uh-huh. But you're never going to do that again, okay?
What'll you do to me if I try?
If we get the next treasure too, I won't have to.
When we get it, you meanie.
Right. When?
Only one more to go after this. One more frantic search and then... I drain my water bottle and crumple it before shoving it into my pocket.
Break's over. Back to work.
I pop my back and resume moving rocks out of the way. I've been working from the outer edge of the rock pile inward, since I'm more concentrated in the center. Like a shadow, Marina continues to stick to me, going where I go. Nearly 10 minutes of uninterrupted, still shuffling passes. By now, I'm expecting Mariah to have caught up, or to get here soon. She never arrives. Maybe she just gave up. Although knowing Mariah, it's just wishful thinking. I've just finished moving a torso-sized rock when it happens. The metal detector begins to chirp, bright and earnest! Marina and I exchanged a look and a nod.
I'll get the shovel!
Good girl. It's leaning up against the wall by the second metal detector. Marina grabs it, starts back towards me, then doubles back to set her detector aside as well. I move to take the shovel from her, but she holds it, shaking her head.
You moved all the rocks.
Yeah, but
She frowns at me, and I can tell this is an argument I won't win.
Okay. Be careful, though. Don't throw out your shoulder.
I know what I'm doing.
Hardly ever. And she stabs at the ground like she's wielding a salad fork. It bounces off with a jolt.
You need to go at it with more of an angle, like you're trying to slide it into the ground.
How do you function, child? I move behind her and adjust her arms a little. Her shoulders are damp with sweat, though I'm drenched with it. She tenses up when I first touch her, but relaxes almost immediately. It's enough to make me self-conscious, though, and I take a quick step back.
Sorry.
I'm mumbling.
Oh, no, you're fine. You just surprised me.
The real treasure is the love we found along the way. Her voice is higher than usual.
It's okay. You should have it now.
Nodding, Marina jabs at the ground again. She scoops a little bit of dirt, dumps it all aside. Watching her dig is pitiful. Rather, either the ground is hard, or she's not strong enough to make fast progress. Whatever the reason is, it's slow going, but she refuses my accepted offer to take over, so with my hands on my hips, I watch as the hole very slowly gets deeper. She reaches a depth of maybe a foot or so, when the shovel thumps against something that isn't dirt. Our eyes instantly meet. I stoop down and brush a little of dirt away from the shovel blade. Sure enough, I can feel rough wood just under my fingertips.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Now she forces the shovel towards me.
I don't want to mess it up.
Okay, look out.
She steps back a couple feet, but leans forward to watch. I scrape at dirt beside the dirt around the spot after we hit, trying to find where the edges are. Once I reveal one corner, I start to dig off thin slices of dirt next to it. Soon the outline of the whole box is visible. I hear Marina suck in a sharp breath. My heart is pounding with the same cautious excitement I felt at Shiprock. It hardly feels real, and yet, well, there's only 10% chance that I'm dead, and it wasn't. I lift the box out of the ground with the blade of the shovel, and Marina plucks it off. It makes a familiar rattling sound as she moves it. But then I hold up a dirty finger to my lips.
Not yet.
Looking back towards the parking lot, I can't tell if anyone has seen us dig and find the treasure.
Don't say anything until we get back to the car.
She's a quivering leaf of excitement, but manages to keep her mouth mostly shut for now. But not before hissing out an excited, Amber! I just smile, hoping that I look calm. Marina cradles the box in the crook of her arm like an infant, doing her best to keep it hidden from onlookers as we head back to the motorhome. She carries the shovel in her free hand, while I have both metal detectors. When did we get a second? Like, we just have one at the start. I don't even notice the soreness in my arms. Though it's not the first time, the excitement of sitting down in front of a sealed box of gold feels fresh and new. This one feels heavier than the last one, it rattles less, because there's not as much empty space. Without being asked, Marina retrieves a screwdriver and hammer that I've been using to smash the locks. She sets them down in front of me, but I offer them to her.
Here to do the honors?
You sure?
But she takes them.
Yeah, why not?
Her face lights up with a look of happiness that's worth more to me than the gold. If I'd known it wasn't a big deal to her, it was that big a deal to her, I'd have to let her do this back at Shiprock. Takes her a couple tries, but she passes the lock off without even damaging the rest of the box. She looks to me to open it, but I shake my head.
Nope, that's all you.
But she shakes her head
We
too.
worked together to find it, so we'll open it together.
Aww. And she places her hand over mine, guiding it to the lid. Yes, put your hand on mine.
Ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
She maneuvers my hand to flip the box open. It's full of dull-covered nuggets, like a moldy fast food meal. I take one out, bouncing it in my palm and feeling the heavy softness that's almost familiar by now. I don't fit well in a cop car? That's fair. Very few people do, my friend. Red, why were you in a cop car, buddy? I am concerned, confused, and alarmed. Then I pass it to Marina, who treats it with the usual reverence. She gently sets it back into the box and then smiles.
We're pretty good at this whole treasure hunting thing, huh?
Damn right. I shut the box and nod.
Yeah, we're not bad.
Even when the box is closed, it radiates a heavy aura, one that's almost intimidating whenever I come near it. I place it in the drawer and seal it away with a sigh of relief following.
2 down, 1 to go.
Yeah, that's something you want to be careful with, because technically stock cars aren't street legal. 2 down, 1 to go.
Oh, there's only one more piece left?
I think so. There's only some experts writing about historical relevance after the next entry.
Flopping down on the couch next to Marina, I take a sip of my coffee and flip to the final entry of the journal. Marina glosses over the page, a hazy look forming in her eyes as she soaks it in.
I can't believe it's almost over.
Yeah, it's weird that it hasn't even been that long.
The motor hum goes quiet, the buzz of the generator humming in the background.
Well, it's not over yet. We still gotta figure out where it is, and then there's still the search.
Still, my stock car is much safer than all the others on the road. Fair enough. But, I mean, the law doesn't always make sense. I think Marina's enthusiasm is becoming infectious. She simply nods now, just gazing into her lap.
Let's see what it says.
After several days of travel, I believe I've finally arrived at my first destination. It is well known I have an astute eye for locations, after all. This is how I found my precious bounty. So it is no mistake that I easily found the perfect hiding place within this valley. I arrived on horseback at the blistering peak of noon, looking for shelter for the coming night. I began noticing something different, something distinct. Crimson, all of it, shades lighter than pink and darker than blood. The color stained it all. From giant unmovable stones to the tiniest grains of sand, it was as if the land had absorbed the sun's heat and reflected it outwards. Even at sunset, the cave I settled in emanated a brief red glow that speckled out from its opening. That night, as I laid on the ground, watching the flames of my fire shoot up to the cave's roof, I wonder if there were more places like this out in the unsettled land. During my travels on the trail, I was too preoccupied with preparations to observe the world around me, but now that I had achieved success, maybe I shall. It would be a shame if my superb observational skills went to waste. I was never certain about the other locations, and considering how many giant rocks, canyons, and arches are in this country, most of them were probably a fluke. But this is unmistakable. The vivid and breathtaking imagery, the constant illusion of flames, and most importantly, the heat.
He hid it in the Valley of Fire.
Marina snaps back to attention, my conviction pulling her from Marina.
Are you sure?
Positive. There's no other place it could be.
So we're going to go until about 9 o'clock. And then we are going to go ahead and raid out, because I'm desperately going to need food before I head to work.
Oh.
Amber is a definite cutie. She's basically adopted a puppy girl who has just kind of tagged along and taken her on an adventure, which is kind of a dream we all sort of have. She might as well have shot down my momentum with an elephant gun.
Oh, that's all?
Yep.
She doesn't want the adventure to end.
Ooh, what's that? A place always on fire?
Don't tease her. She wants to spend more time with you, Amber. She narrows her eyes to an unimpressed squint. If they could shoot lasers, they would be right now.
Amber, how dumb do you think I am?
Very dumb. Very, aggressively dumb. In that your car broke down because you ran out of gas, Sweet Pea. You then left your wallet in your car, along with your phone and all your belongings. At least you're not as dumb and evil as Mariah, who then stripped your car, basically sold everything in it. And also, both of us have been wearing the same clothes for like a week, so I'm starting to get really concerned. The smell is coming through my screen.
I didn't say you were
always on fire, really?
Now I feel dumb for saying it.
You should.
Probably should.
Ah! Marina, you and I, birds of a feather there, dear heart. Ouch. If her enthusiasm is infectious, then so is my unrelenting realism. It's corrupting her innocence. Yes, I am very interested in corrupting her innocence, thought Amber.
By the way, what's the Valley of Fire?
Basically a Valley of Fire. It's kind of hell. Well, maybe not too infectious. Massaging my scalp, I shake my hair, hopefully creating enough new wrinkles in my brain that will help with explaining this.
Alright, so take a whole bunch of rock, sand, and dirt, okay?
Okay.
By the by, I haven't said it, but good to see you, Abysmal. Hope you're having a lovely day, because you're a lovely person.
Now make most of it red.
Yes, make red rocks. The red rocks, shalom. My explanation is met with a vacant stare.
I swear, it's a lot cooler than I'm making it out to be. It's just kind of hard to explain without pictures.
It is the rock stained red with the blood of Cain. It is the shard. For by that red rock, Cain's bloody work is done.
Awesome.
Sorry, I just recently reread the 5 Books of Blood, which is arguably one of the best question books. Although it is Renee Montoya as the question, which I don't think is as fun as Vic Sage as the question, mostly because she's kind of an aggressive mess. And also her on-again, off-again relationship with Batwoman is kind of broken, considering that they're both aggressively terrible for each other.
Where is it, anyway?
A little ways into Nevada.
Nevada?
Her knees bounce. Jolting the table. My brain kept wanting to read that as jostling because I'm broken.
Are we even old enough to gamble?
I mean, not really.
There's more
You're both
Nevada
12.
than Vegas, Tummy.
Still, isn't that pretty far?
You also come from New Mexico, which is the place of the only real Las Vegas.
That
Let's
might
go
work
gambling.
to our benefit.
Gambling only works for you, friendo. And me when I gamble on your stream. That might work to our benefit.
I'll need to check the map again, but I think we'll be passing by a place I want to check out.
Ooh, neat. Her voice brightens.
You actually want to go sightseeing?
I mean, yeah, sightseeing is a lot more fun without Mariah running about.
Don't act so surprised. It's not like I was gonna make a straight shot for California before I picked you up.
Fair enough.
Besides, I think you might like it.
Though she does like virtually everything.
It's a place called Zion.
Oh god, Zion National Park is absolutely beautiful.
It's a national park here in Utah. I hear it's a hell of a lot greener than the places we've been through. I know we're in a rush, so we won't stay very long.
She's going to burst from excitement, and I still can't resist messing with her. It's cute.
But I guess if you don't think we can afford the time...
I mean, she literally made us drive to the Grand Canyon, even though it was out of the way. I expect her to throw herself at me, hug me, squeeze me with all the energy and happiness she usually does. But she doesn't. Sitting perfectly still, Marina takes a single breath and gazes at me with a smile.
I've been surrounded by desert all my life. Seeing green for once would be nice.
I mean, fair enough. I mean, to be fair, New Mexico does have a lot of green, and I've said this a lot, but the damn pinon trees are absolutely beautiful, and they are deep, dark green, and they are just absolutely lovely to look at. They're shorter than most, than pine trees you see if you, that you see in the north, but they are still quite tall. They're quite lovely. And you only have to worry a little bit about bark scorpions. I still remember the first time I saw one was when I was actually planning to go out and grab a meal. I picked up my sock and I looked down and it's like, oh, there's a scorpion on my sock. To which my brain then immediately catches up with what I've just said. And I shout out in a very manly and courageous way, oh, good God, there's a scorpion on my sock, and fling it across the room. My cat, Warlock, so named because when I first saw him, he cast a spell on me and I was his forever, saw my sock fly and went, ooh, pretty new toy, and I had to stop him because a scorpion will fight back. That's why I prefer spiders in my house, because scorpions fight back, spiders flee.
I'd love to go with you, Amber.
I mean, okay. An unsettling hollowness expands in my chest as I realize I don't know how to deal with a serious Marina. I mean, yeah, that might be a problem, Amber.
Alright then.
She doesn't answer, eyes now closed. Our arms folded in her lap, the empty cooperative smile more forced than ever.
Well, there's still a lot of hours left in the day. I'm not sure if we'll make it in time to check into the campground, but we'll be close enough that we can do it in the morning if we leave now.
The good thing about traveling in an RV is that you can always camp in a Walmart parking lot. The problem is that you're in a Walmart parking lot, and you will probably see families that have between them maybe 2 teeth and 3 brain cells. I feel mean making fun of people who shop at Walmart, but really, honestly, check out people of Walmart. It's absolutely terrible. We scooch out of the booth and walk the 10 awkward steps to our seats. Strapping ourselves in, I switch on the ignition, the RV snorting into being. I reach for the cassette player, then look to Marina, already lost in her thoughts as she stares out the window. I don't have the heart. No, I don't have the courage to snap her out of it this time. Sighing, I bring my hand back without pressing play and pull the motorhome into drive. It's too bad, too. I think I'm really starting to like Marina's hugs. Hours and several cups of coffee later, we've arrived at our destination, and we haven't moved an inch because moving means animations, which cost money. Or at least close enough to easily check in the morning, yet hidden enough to not get towed. Marina looks through the window. Her eyes drift back over to me, then mine to hers. For one drawn-out second, our eyes are interlocked, petrified by the other's stare. And then time continues. Our heads swing in the other direction, so fast it takes my mind a few minutes to catch up. The side of her cheek, I can see is flushed. Glancing in the rearview, I find mine are too. I grip the steering wheel, then cautiously, without turning my head, look back to Marina. She notices. Our eyes connect again. Blush, rinse, repeat. What does it mean? The past 4 hours have been excruciating, especially while fighting the urge to throw on music. I wanted to give Marina the space she needed to say what she has to. Or give myself the space to blurt out what I need to say. It was just... Again, Marina looks as I jump. We blush. Never the right time. You've been driving for hours. Deciding I've had enough, I hop out of my seat and stretch. Marina follows. I grab my mug from the holder and drag myself across the scratchy carpet to the sink. A small jolt shocks my fingers as I reach the faucet. The mug slips from my hand and crashes onto the counter, splashing coffee everywhere.
Crap. Let me help.
No. Marina springs over and reaches for a kitchen rag, but I swat down her hand and grab it just as she does.
Don't worry.
Now we're forced to look directly at each other, but there's no blushing this time. I nod and pull away the rag as her fingers slide down the fabric.
I got this.
She stares down at the counter, the spilled coffee trickling onto the floor. Drip, drip, with a steady drip.
Oh.
Without another word, she slouches back to the couch.
If you give me a sec, I can set up the bed.
The bed's metal frame slams down with a loud clank that vibrates under my feet, followed by the couch cushion swishing past me, landing on the other side of the motorhome.
For ya.
Damn it. Whatever, I'll deal with this in the morning. I toss the rag into the sink and head to my room, hesitating in front of the slider. Please don't let it end like this.
Amber.
Yeah, not just an hour, several hours. Driving to Zion National Park. Because these two are idiots. There's a pause. Several times I hear small gaps, like she's about to speak, but they all just melt into sighs. And not the fun kind of sighs!
Good night.
Night.
Look, what's the worst thing that could happen? You confess to her that you have a crush on her. She tells you she's straight, breaks her heart completely, and you drown yourself in enough whiskey to kill someone twice your size. I mean, that's not too bad, right? Darn right. My hand balls into a fist, my fingers crawling deep into my skin. Deep into my skin, these wounds, they shall not heal! I step into the room and shut the slider behind me, immediately throwing my face onto the pillow. I can feel my heart pounding as I roll onto my back, lying there twisted up in my sheet. It just keeps beating and beating, never settling down. Managing to lift myself on my elbows, I look at the picture next to the slider. The one with the vinyl sleeve. I still remember how his hand felt against my head, from the bony joints of his fingers to how the calluses massaged my scalp. For such a breezy old man, it's amazing to think just how strong and confident his love was. I let my head fall back into the bed and rest my forearm up over my face.
What am I gonna do, Gramps?
Going to take my suggestion, Amber. Highway Blossoms. I was hoping to get to the end of the game tonight so that we could start another visual novel on next Visual Novel Friday, but I have a feeling we're probably going to still be playing this one for Visual Novel Friday moving forward for a bit. A brisk wind curls around me as I step onto the patch of dirt that can barely be called a parking spot, in a place that can be barely called a campground. Misty curtains have settled over the nearby hills, and mountains and small specks of leftover morning dew occasionally drip on me from above. Bending down, I drop my backpack and pull on the tongue of my sort of new hiking boots. A little big, but they'll work. Considering these came from a stash of supplies we borrowed from Mariah in New Mexico, her feet must be freaking
All
huge.
set?
Darned right. Marina is standing behind me, frowning at her own Velcro-strapped boots.
Just about. These boots are pretty big, though.
But they were made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. And one of these days they're going to walk all over Zion National Park until we find, that ridge thing, and we find the duffel bag full of supplies, and I get the survivalist rifle, which is the best rifle in the game, because quite honestly, it just deals with problems. I called it the problem solver because it made Caesar's lesion go away.
You think so? They feel a bit snug to me.
Sheesh, never mind about Mariah.
Hey, forget about the treasure. Let's just dress you up as Bigfoot and turn you in for a cash reward.
The joke is awful, and I know it. Still, Marina pays along, sticking her tongue out in a half-playful manner, before she forces a tired smile. The whole time, she doesn't make eye contact. So much for lightening the mood. Last night's sudden tension is still present, even though we try to ignore it, or pretend it isn't there. We both know. We both can't look at each other directly, and our conversation feels awkward and stilted. But we pretend everything's normal as we try to put on our best performances and reenact our usual routine.
So, how long is the hike?
The brochure said about 90 minutes each way. Might take even longer in this weather.
Oh.
I can feel the gulf between us. It's like yet another canyon. Except, I don't know how to cross this one.
The picture in the brochure was super pretty. Angel's Landing, right?
Yes. Now it's her turn to try and lighten the mood. I hate how we're both too afraid to address the issue. But I'm just as guilty as she is here. I sigh and play along as best as I can.
Yeah, it's nice. It's supposed to be the most scenic view in Zion.
It really is. It's quite lovely. That's what Gramps told me anyway. The hike was one of his favorites. Said the view was so lush that there's so many trees and plants that he discovered several new shades of green up there. As well as, the Whitelegs who shot at him, killed all his friends, and then he basically slaughtered the Whitelegs and helped a guy who was just covered in bandages to keep a couple tribes that are safe. Really, because that's the only real option that is there. Because if you lead the tribes out of Zion, the Whitelegs are just gonna fucking follow, or they're gonna be at the mercy of any other group. No, you teach them to defend their territory, to protect what's theirs, and you make them strong. You keep them safe. You keep them safe in the long term instead of just the short term, because you want to protect their innocence. Fuck you, Daniel. Fuck you in the face. Sorry, I have thoughts. I have angry rant points about Daniel. It was one of the spots that he was most looking forward to visiting with me. I glanced back up at the mountains. The mist doesn't look like it will clear anytime soon. In fact, it seems to be swallowing up more of the landscape. It's got Marina's attention too. She stares up as if she's picking out specific details in the fog. While she's distracted, I let my gaze rose over the accidental click of the mouse button far too soon so I miss a bit of dialogue, and I admire the sweep of her shoulders down into her collarbone, and the rest of the curves of her body. Yes, the curves of her body. I let myself examine her like I did when we first met, and like I've been consciously abstaining from, looking her over, like it doesn't matter if she catches me anymore. She doesn't, though. I may as well be invisible to her right now while she studies the mountaintops. And I want her to pay attention to me. She's wearing her usual boutique brand of clothes. The cute frilliness is just perfect, as ever for Marina, but they clash with the clunkiness of the ugly round boots.
You sure you want to wear that? They might just get in the way.
Yes, you should wear other things, like none of the things, or the shirt that bears my name. She gasps, almost offended by the suggestion that she wear anything
But my
else.
skirt is so comfy. Aren't you supposed to wear comfy clothes on hikes?
I mean, sure, but, you know, long skirts can kind of be a problem when you're hiking.
Besides, with a name like Angel's Landing, it has to be pretty relaxing.
Not really. She gives me a bag, a big honest smile, tipping her head to the hills. It's the first real smile I've seen from her all day.
So, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
I melt, letting her skewed reasoning fall to the wayside just this once. Warm fuzzies and a goofy grin take over my dour mood, just for a moment.
Alright, but no whining if they end up being a problem.
Slinging the backpack over my shoulder, we head for the shuttle that leads to the trail. Logs and a stone fire pit adorn the side of each lot that we pass. Maybe when we get back, we'll go to the camp store and pick up some supplies to roast marshmallows. I think she'd like that. Marina's heavy breathing guides me as we slog our way uphill, the previous light mist having now morphed into a thick and dreary fog. I cling to the chained railing as I stumble my way up the trail of rocks. It's the only protection from the sheer drop-off beside us. All it would take is one slip for me to take a nosedive into the valley below, and I wouldn't even see it coming. Turns out the fluffy and enticing name, Angel's Landing, doesn't come with a relaxing stroll Marina was hoping for. This feels more like a ghastly death march. My sweat-drenched legs feel like pudding underneath the anchor that is a measly 5-pound backpack. No one else is on the shuttle even bothered to attempt the hike alongside us. I attempt to form words beneath pained breaths, feeling like a rock is being smashed into my lungs with each step.
We should turn back. Can't see Jack.
Well, yes, we can't see Jack, because Jack isn't here, dear heart.
It's not safe up here.
What?
She sounds like she's doing about as well as me, echoing the same lung-punctuating gasps.
But we're so close. There's no way we're not almost there.
Fight through the fog. We stop collapsing against our knees as we try to catch our breath.
Not gonna mean a lot if we end up falling off a cliff.
Fair enough.
I thought you were the one who wanted to do this so bad.
Every couple words are punctuated by her gasping for breath.
Yeah, but...
Amber, please.
Yeah, Amber, give her a break.
Let's keep going.
Her voice is a whimper, fragile and meek. I fold.
Okay.
Marina has a way of making me shut up when she wants to, whether she knows it or not. Today, it doesn't make a difference. I'm not going to be the one who makes things worse. She's wrong about one thing, though. I wasn't the one who wanted to hike up here. Gramps was. Gets easier after a break. The trail begins to plateau, and steepness evens out, fading behind us until the return trip, where there's a bunch of Yao Guy.
I think we're already here. See? What did I tell you?
Marina darts ahead, disappearing into the fog so she can look at the mythical view that the brochure and I have preached to her, and Gramps to me. But if my suspicions are right, the weather and the view aren't going to be very compatible. Falling behind, I step out into the cloudy murk and into an area that offers only slightly more visibility. Marina stands still on the center of the cliff, her hands clutched to her heart. What should have been a bird's-eye view of Zion is nothing but a sea of fog. The lush greenery and full valleys are invisible. Only a few overgrown bushes and some rocky points peek out above the clouds. As expecting, but the sight itself is really numbing. The hollowness in my stomach, the one I've gotten so used to feeling, rears its head once again, only intensified by Marina's silence. Any expression shrouded by her bangs as she tilts her head down.
Sorry.
Gently, she shakes her head.
Don't worry about it. It's not your fault. You tried to warn me.
Marina.
But I don't know what to say. I'm disappointed too. There were a lot of places Gramps always talked about visiting. After we settled down and kicked back for a few years. After I finished repairing the RV. After I get better. This place came up more than the others, though. Not just Zion, but the landing. kept saying we're gonna hike up there. We're gonna have a picnic. And, maybe watch the sun come up. A slight smile comes to my face as I think about him trying to make that hike. I don't like to see that geezer try. And while I'm not big enough sap to try and make all of me and my and Graham's plans happen now, it would have been nice to see the view. With Gramps, Marina, and everything that's happened over the past month, it just seemed fitting to make the trip. Angel's Landing. I glanced back to Marina, the hand that was clutched to her chest now stretched outwards, grasping at the empty air. A slight breeze blows through, ruffling her hair. She looks beautiful. She looks angelic. I didn't go to church much as a kid, but she looks like someone I'd see in a stained glass window, right next to a rendition of Cavalry or Skull Hill. I didn't really go to church that much because, they kept saying that I was evil and that people like me were probably hellbound. So yeah, it was kind of a thing we avoided. It's frustrating to have to come this far for nothing. But is it because of the fog? Because of Gramps? Or because of Marina? My teeth grit, grinding against each other, under what feels like unimaginable weight.
Come on, let's go.
I turn around and begin down the slope. There's nothing else worth seeing up here. Marina doesn't follow. No spirited footsteps trailing behind me. No speeding bullet blazing ahead.
Marina, we're going.
Come, Marina. Come along, girl. It comes out with more bite than I intended, but I don't care. I just want to get out of here now. Marina is hesitant to answer, eventually manages to split it out, sounding more like a question than an actual statement.
I don't want to.
What?
I don't want to leave. Not yet, anyway.
Annoyed, I turn back to her for an explanation, only to be greeted by a pleading look instead.
I'm used to it by now. I know I am. But do you think we could wait a little longer? Just to see if the fog clears?
I don't know what it is. I respond with a blank stare. It's like she's not even talking to me.
Don't be stupid.
I start back down the hill, not bothering to wait for Marina this time.
It's past noon. If it hasn't cleared by now, then it's not going to anytime soon.
So much for not making things worse. Aww. I nudge the fire with a stick. It doesn't do any good, though, as the logs just tumble out on top of each other, smothering the already pitiful flame. For a moment, our lot is only lit by the few remaining embers in the pit. Sighing, I grab the bottle of lighter fluid and squirt it onto the ashes. That'll do the trick. An artificial flame roars into existence and peters out to the size of a pathetic candle flicker, just as quickly. I plunge a stick back into the fire and scrape cinders from the glowing wood. Eventually, a flame catches on a charred log and grows until its pit is blazing once again.
Aha! About damn time.
The joy is exclusive to me, however, as Marina stays silent, staring into the fire.
Want another s'more?
She bounces back to life.
Oh my god, yes, please.
She catches herself and switches back to broodiness.
I mean, sure, I guess.
Aw, I hate it when they fight. I roll my eyes, but can't help smiling on the inside. No matter how hard she tries, she's still the same Marina she's always been. I grab a marshmallow and stick it on the end of a bent coat hanger before handing it to her. Without another word, she plops it into the fire. Meanwhile, my eyes are drawn to the neglected bag of hot dogs lying behind the chocolate and graham crackers, unopened and ignored. I bought them because I thought Marina would like the variety, but I should have known that she would only go after the marshmallows. She's been devouring them. She opened the bag when we left the store, and was half empty by the time we got back to the campsite. She clung to that bag like a security blanket the whole way. It's a miracle that there are any left. Shrugging, I take one of the hot dogs out of the bag and impale it on my coat hanger, then put it into the fire next to Marina's. Even when we're this close to each other, there's an air of tension. The one that's pervaded since we left our arches. Neither of us have addressed it, but the inevitability of the treasure, the thick uneasiness that hangs over us, it's suppressed, but it's definitely there. But it's gotten better since we left Angel's Landing. The snacks were a peace offering of sorts, I guess. although I was pleasantly surprised that she sat so close to me, even when 3 logs around the fire pit. I fixed my gaze on the flames. The dog is slimy, oozing with condensation that drips and sizzles in the ashes.
God, it's on fire! It's on fire! Fire! Fire!
Yeah, probably. Marina's cloak hanger whooshes over me like a spastic comet. The marshmallow now is down a moldering ball of inferno. That slaps right into my face.
Here, give it to me.
But it's on fire, Amber! Fire!
Yes, fire bad!
I can see that. Just give it.
She panics, squirming as her precious marshmallow burns before her very
Alright,
eyes.
just don't hurt yourself, please.
Frantically, she passes me the wire, biting her nails as I try to blow it out. Soon the fire clears. The marshmallow, once white and fluffy, is now black and charred.
Aw, now it's ruined.
It's no big deal. You can still eat it.
Preparing the s'more, I break it apart, the chocolate and cracker, then squish the marshmallow between them.
Ew, gross. But it's all black and stuff.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Honestly, I think I might prefer it burned.
That's so... ew.
Yes, I do like ruined things. She gives a nervous laugh.
Here, just try it.
Marina stares at the s'more and gulps.
Fine, but only because you asked.
Yes, try, dear heart. Closing her eyes, she opens her mouth wide, open. This time, it's my turn to gulp. I shuffle back, subtly trying to avoid eye contact, and once again failing, I pop the s'more into her mouth and let out a restful sigh. Like bubblegum, she munches on it, the corner of her mouth, intently trying to dissect the flavor in her very own cute way.
So...
Her eyes grow wide with shock.
Good.
Darn right,
Right?
it's good.
Doesn't it give it a nice smoky flavor?
Yes.
It's a little bitter at first, but the marshmallow gets really crunchy. So good.
Darn right.
I told you so. You just gotta give these things a shot.
I can't believe I had my first s'more and found a way to make it better in the same day. I feel like that would take most people like a bajillion years to figure out.
How do you function, child?
But it only took me one night, 'cause I got you, Amber.
Aww. Gobsmacked, dumbfounded. They're both stupid fancy words, but I think they work when they're trying to figure out this thing sitting beside me.
Amber?
You're kidding me.
What?
Your first s'more?
Well, I've seen people eat them on TV and stuff before, but...
You have never ever had a s'more in your entire life.
Now that I think about it, I guess I haven't.
Good Godfrey.
That confirms it.
Huh? Confirms what?
That you grew up in a scary, terrifying cult, considering you had 8 siblings, and so therefore I firmly believe that your family is some kind of weird militia, and if you ever introduce them to me, they'll try to kill me or kidnap me to make another upcoming vessel for the end of days.
You're an alien. The government has just been keeping you hidden all this time. That's why I met you near Roswell. It's the only explanation.
I mean, there is that too.
I am not. If I were an alien, then why do I look human?
Fair enough.
That's just a flesh suit. A disguise so you can blend in.
That's mean. You can't just buy these good looks at the costume store.
I mean, fair enough.
What's your sector ID? Is this your first time away from your home planet?
Amber, stop. It's not my fault.
Her face puffs out, and I have to resist the urge to poke and deflate it. If I don't quit, she may actually start pouting.
I'm sorry, I'll stop.
I'm tempted to squeeze one more joke out of it, but decide against it as I try to hold back the snicker under my breath.
I think I like you better when you're serious.
Darn right. I'm adorable when I'm serious. She crosses her arms. Turning away, she closes both her eyes to block me out. Then, with a grin, one eye open, we both burst out laughing. Since the hike, the fog has climbed down the hill, enveloping the campground. Even here, it's carved out a small pocket, the breezy chill air surrounding us as we take in the warm glow of the fire.
But for real,
Feels nice.
I still can't believe this is your first time leaving home.
Especially because your home was Carlsbad, which, like, most people try to get out of really quickly. She settles down a bit and places her hands in her lap, teetering side to side as she looks up at the sky, even though there's nothing to look at.
Yeah, sometimes I have trouble believing it too. Since there's so many of us, I guess Mom and Dad could never afford to take us anywhere.
I mean, that's fair, 9 children. That's what I thought. For families as big as she says, it's not like they couldn't have just packed up and traveled like me and Graham.
You said you have 9 brothers and sisters, right?
Yep, there's 9 of us, plus Mom and Dad, so 11 altogether.
Good Godfrey.
Jesus.
Right? Everyone says our house is pretty big, but it's always been so cramped that I've never been able to tell. I've never even had my own room. I've always had to share one with some of my sisters. My older brother shared too, until one of them went off to college.
Is that the same brother whose car got torn apart by Mariah?
She laughs guiltily.
Yeah, he always called it his love wagon.
Oh, good Godfrey, so maybe getting torn apart was a good thing.
If that thing was a love wagon, then my motorhome is a love palace.
Ooh, that's a good name for it.
Concern.
Don't even start.
Anyway, he said he wanted to get a new one when he got to Salt Lake City, so I don't think he'll be too angry.
Hold on, that's in Utah too. Why didn't you tell me? The detour would have been a pain in the ass. But if you wanted to visit him, I wouldn't have minded the extra miles. Not if it was for you.
Aww. Marina does a double take, and I realize I'd given too much away.
You'd have to pay for gas, though.
With what money? Marina blinks, then smiles. Crisis averted.
That's okay. I want to do this without my family's help. Besides, it's only a community college.
Your brother moved from New Mexico to Utah so he could attend a community college?
It got him out of Carlsbad.
Uh-huh. He sends me a gift every month. Last month, it was a top hat. I put it right on top of the desk in my room.
I mean, to be fair, getting out of Carlsbad is probably not just a good move for sanity, but safety also, considering it's a nuclear waste dump. She pauses for a moment.
Mine and my sister's room, I mean.
Fair.
Your family sounds about as weird as you.
Really? Huh. Yeah, I guess we are.
She beams, wearing the title of weird like a badge of honor.
That's not a good thing. Actually, maybe it is.
I like it. Besides, Dad keeps us all in line. He's a defense lawyer, super straight-laced.
That sounds alarming.
You remind me of him, actually. He likes everything nice and orderly, which is bad for him because he's surrounded by us, but...
She talks for a long time, chattering and laughing about her family, smile never leaving her face. I almost get lost in it. I almost want to. For the precious minutes that she speaks, I forget the tension that shadowed us since Arches, and I could believe it was never there. I love that about Marina. Even when we're wet with rain, or other things, or humoring truck drivers, or racing a lunatic down the highway, she never hesitates to smile. For her, it's always posed on the brim, waiting to shine through. I could listen all night, but she trails off only a short time later.
I'm sorry. This must be boring, right?
Not at all.
Nah, I can tell you love him a lot. It was always just me and Gramps. So it's sorta interesting to see how other families work.
The lot falls silent, save for the crackling flames. I brace myself for what I know is coming.
Hey, Amber? What happened to your mom and dad?
Oh, well, you see, what happened was I devoured them in a ritual to gain supernatural powers. It's why I am so awesome. I stir into the fire. It pops, casting up delicate embers that fall and vanish in the dirt.
I'm sorry. That was too personal.
A little.
No, it's fine. They're both around, I think. Only met Dad once a long time ago. Me and Ma don't get along very well. Haven't spoken to her since I was 16. Last I heard, she was living in some trailer park in Ohio.
Ah, the dark nether realm that is Ohio.
Is that why you lived with your grandpa?
One of the reasons.
Sorta. Ma always had her issues. So the court said Gramps could take care of me when I was a baby.
I stifle a laugh.
Not that it did any good. The geezer had the bright idea to haul me around the Midwest and East Coast for half my life.
He took care of you all by himself? He must have been amazing.
He was pretty rad.
Try again. He was an old hippie who was stuck in the 70s and spent most of his time listening to weird music.
Sounds just like you.
Hey, watch it. If anything, he was more like you. I was always cleaning up his messes, even as a little girl, even near the...
I choked down a growing lump in my throat.
Even near the end.
Amber,
It was always just the two of us, though. Us, or any random old friend he wanted to see. Even when he decided to settle down in Colorado, it was just us. People would come and go, but it was always us. And I was there for all of it. I was there for every single appointment. I was there at the hospital, and I was there at the funeral.
I know exactly how that goes. I looked after my grandfather during the final years of his brain cancer, the final months of his brain cancer, actually, after the second surgery, which only gave him a few more weeks. We cut off most of the tumor, the parts they could see. The problem was that it reached into the rest of his body with microscopic tendrils, so thin that you couldn't remove them. And it sucks watching somebody who's always been there and been strong, and somebody who you thought was permanent slowly weaken, and watching them leave and go away. And you realize, ever so slowly, you're not the kid of the family anymore. You're now part of the oldest generation of the family. Or the second oldest, really. But, yeah. You're taking care of somebody who was always there to take care of you. It's the most destructive feeling and it basically kills part of your soul.
Ma didn't even bother to come to that, but I was there, and he was always there too.
You really miss him, huh?
My voice lowers to a whisper, raspy and dry.
Yeah.
Something thumps against my shoulder. Glancing down, I discover Marina's head resting against me.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Ah.
She looks
Want
up
me
at
to stop?
Never.
Nah, keep doing it.
Okay.
We should turn in soon. We have a big day ahead of us.
Yeah, maybe.
We sit in silence for a while. Or maybe it's a long time. I can't tell. It's a nice silence, though a comfortable one. And with that, I think that's a pretty solid stopping point. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to save the game here. We're sure we want to overwrite because I need to get food into my belly. And we are going to be continuing this story on the next visual novel Friday. Hopefully we might end up beating it. I don't know. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and say goodnight to the YouTube people, so I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording. You all are all required to have an excellent, wonderful rest of your day. Check out some of the other videos on the VOD channel. Please, I need the views. Have a wonderful day.